Vampire Lord's Bite by Celeste King. A dark vampire romance. Chapter 1. Soren. Celine! Screams fill the air as the girl's head wrenches back. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. Get off of me. His wings flare, blue magic dancing in the air, and he still can't break free of the others holding him back. My eyes dart between the once great elder Raziel and the human woman he thought he could hide. He's nearly breaking himself to get to her, and yet nothing can be done as she is dragged from the room. Pity. I wanted to watch the blood drain from her. Maybe get a taste myself. But her delicious scream fills the air from rooms away, and everyone in the council room twists, bodies tensing as they fight the urge to run to their prey. Even now I can feel that desperate need to leap at the tiny human, to sink my teeth into her. It is our hope that this base will open many new opportunities for us. Brynda, our matriarch, speaks. Her voice cuts through the memory of my last time in a council meeting. This will be the new age of our kind. Brynda's fiery hair shines above everyone else, drawing the eye to the matriarch. But my gaze is focused elsewhere, on an unlikely pair that no one can stop talking about nowadays. Raziel and Celine. I am still in shock about their marriage. Everyone knew the elder before. He rarely left his room, refused to take part in anything with the council, and was overall aloof toward the general population of the Vraken. He fooled us well after he returned from the surface, the first Vraken to be allowed to go there in centuries, seemingly remaining the same. But I was in the cavern when they took Celine from him, when they sentenced her to death. I've never seen a single Vraken that tormented. Not when blistered in the sun. Not starved for weeks. It was like we had taken the air out of his lungs and withheld it. When the matriarch announced that an above-ground base would be built, I knew I had to be here. After seeing what happened to Raziel, and growing quite complacent underground myself, I had to get to the surface. It has lived up to expectations. I'd forgotten what the sun felt like, and with the glamour in place, I love walking outside just before I go to sleep after dawn. It makes me realize how much I've hated the dampness of the caverns. When it was announced we'd be having our first council meeting, though, dread flooded my body. I feared having to go back below ground, but to all our relief, the council came here. I think they wanted to stretch their wings too. While everyone is still a part of our coven and must live by the rule of the council, there will be assignments to maintain order until we all are moved above ground, Brynda announces. We need the Vraken to take on more roles, specifically in human recruitment. You will be beneath Celine, who has a detailed plan and will guide you through the recruitment process. She continues on, adding a few more roles that need to be filled and what each will entail. But I'm having a hard time focusing on any of it. I'm still staring at Raziel. It's like the elder has been made again as he looks down at his tiny blood bag. It makes no sense to me what she did to him. Is her blood poison muddling his brain? It's the only conclusion I can draw for why someone of his role and prestige would lower themselves to mate with our prey. What stumps me is that she has remained human. I understand that it is for the role in the council to help recruit humans to our cause, that it is the only reason she is still alive. But what is the point in him choosing to tie himself to a rapidly aging, weak creature that might last a few decades? Now that he's been mated, he can never be with anyone else, even after she's gone, which will be in the blink of an eye for most of us. I've always been envious and enraged by Raziel. He holds so much power and seemingly a lot of sway with our matriarch, and he squanders it. There are many of us like me who deserve that power, who deserve to turn heads every time they enter the room. Maybe he once was great, but I don't believe that Raziel has deserved the kind of reverence he's received for some time now. Here on the surface there is an opportunity, though. New roles are being given, and there are so many chances for me to finally carve out a name for myself. I've already started, being one of the first to ascend to the above-ground base. In the caves, I always felt inferior. I was another faceless scout for the council, sent to summon more important Vraken. Many look down on me because I do not have wings, and they believe it makes me less powerful. But the council chose me to come above ground over some of those winged chumps, so who are the powerless ones now? I was never stupid enough to believe them anyway. Wings don't give a Vraken power, nor do they make anyone smarter or better. Even without wings, I've always been more clever than most. I'm a better fighter, more agile, and with better tactics since I learned to hone my skill. I know more about magic in our history than half of our coven, and I've never let myself get lazy like those with wings. I've worked for everything I have. I know that with all that I've done, I would be a better leader than half the Underground Council. In time, I will draw the matriarch's eye and gain myself a better name, a stronger reputation. It all starts here. Brynda is still giving out instruction. The rest of the day will be spent assigning these roles. We will dismiss, and for the role you'd like to submit your name for, find the supervisor of the division so we can start the process of vetting candidates and making final decisions. Yes, I will make a name for myself here. It is time I harness some of the power that I deserve. My eyes narrow in again on the Elder as he leans down to kiss his worthless mate. I have to suppress a snarl as the crowd moves around them. How can they act like that? Anger flicks up inside me as they part, going to their individual supervisor areas. The human has more power than I, and it is time to right that. I stand, lifting my head high, and I know that it is time to take what has always been mine. Chapter 2. Soren. It's nice to meet you. I fight back a snarl, the sound already building in my throat. If I hear that puny human say it one more time, her squeaky voice about to push me over the edge, I just might willingly run out into the sun rays. How the Elder, the only title he used to answer to, finds her tolerable I do not know. Though as her scent is swept up on the evening winds, I can admit she smells delectable. Surely he didn't tie himself to her for a convenient meal. Excuse me. I blink, realizing I had tuned her out, and now the little pale creature stands beneath me. She stares up at me without fear, and I almost want to snap my fangs at her to remind her who really has power here. Raziel, her mate, a title no human deserves, wouldn't get here fast enough to save his bride if I chose to show her. But he would torment me for the rest of my existence, and I am not ready to succumb to a pointless eternity yet. I have too much to accomplish. Instead, I smile, and her eyes brighten. Though most Vraken are either arrogant or apathetic, I've learned to be cordial. Hello? I lean forward, making sure my body is relaxed and not posing any threat. Celine, right? That's right. She's careful not to let her muscles tense, but she does glide one foot back. Smart girl. She recognizes a predator when she sees one. And as the only human on our above-ground base, she is the singular prey among dozens of killers. I can almost admire her bravery to stand here, flaunting the blood pounding through her veins as if it isn't an extreme temptation to taste the blood of a human. Something most of us haven't had the opportunity to do in at least a century. We ran out of them beneath the ground. We were designed to hunt them, kill them. And yet I am here, being asked to recruit them, not to use them as living blood bags or new Vraken. No, the council wants their help. Sickening. And you are? She cocks her head, and I realize she shifted her hair to cover the throbbing artery on her neck I've been eyeing. Soren. My voice is smooth as I hold out my hand. My apologies. It's just been so long since I've met a human. Her throat bobs as she swallows, but she shakes my hand and her smile never wavers. Of course, I know that it can be quite a shock. My eyes crinkle as I deepen my grin. So she doesn't know who was in the room when her mate was tested, who watched the Elder unravel and fall from grace. Not as clever as I thought then. Well, Soren, as Brynda said, we want to recruit more humans to the base in hopes of expanding our numbers with people who know firsthand how the Dark Elves think and act. But rightfully so, humans don't trust just anyone. Her eyes scan my body, and I have to fight the way my body roils in disgust. A human sizing me up? Really? We are hoping to divide groups based on skill, and you have a very charismatic charm that I think will be perfect for my team. Joy. I'm so glad I could excite the little blood bag further. As for your Vraken attributes, is there anything to note? Extreme sensitivity to the sun? Well-developed magical capabilities? Wings? I bristle at that. It was not lost on me when I walked this way that they were separating the Vraken based on wings and no wings. But I had clenched my teeth and ignored it, just as I've tried to every day for the last 400 years since I woke up, newly made, without them. It's a sign that I am impure. My blood is muddied, having been made by a Vraken that was several generations away from the first, the woman who created our race. That's what all the humans' questions are asking. How impure are you? Do you have the ability to withstand days of the sun like her nearly perfect mate who remembers a time before Protheka? Or is your magic so poor that you have to rely on the spells cast around the camp? My gut twists with the reminder that no matter how hard I work, how much I prove myself, I am too impure, possessing so little of the first blood that I couldn't even develop something as simple as wings. No wonder my parents dumped their sickly child at the feet of the monsters that threatened to attack them. No wings, I chirp, forcing myself to swallow the bitterness coating my throat. My magic is fine, though. Never had an issue with the sun, though I do prefer to save my strength. She nods as she scratches out my answers. Understandable. I'm so glad that my intelligence can keep up with hers. The thought nearly twists my face into a sneer, but I keep my features in check. Okay, I think that is all I need to know. Her eyes are still on the book in her hand, no doubt something that her mate had hoarded away. You can go right that way. I flash her one more bright smile before my back is to her, and my muscles instantly relax. My lips curl down, brows sinking, and my fists clench and release as I try to ease the anger pulsing through me. But it only gets worse once I see where I've been corralled. The youngest members have all been grouped in here. They're loud, rambunctious, and they don't have wings. Not a single Vraken in this room has a pair, and I realize how easily I played into their ruse, thinking they cared about anything else. No, to Vraken, you are worthless without wings. As worthless as an ill child weighing back his parents as they flee the destruction of war. As worthless as an abandoned babe found by its key predator, never thought to withstand the change. I grind my teeth as footsteps sound behind me, and I whirl around to see Celine bounce it, looking so freaking excited that my jaw almost cracks. It would heal instantly, but I don't need to draw that kind of attention to myself. I force my body instead to relax, and I suck in deep breaths, especially as Celine starts to talk. I have to impress her, despite the way it turns my stomach, if I want the recognition I deserve. She jumps up onto a table so she can easily be seen, and there's a huge smile on her face. How sweet of her to smile down at the injustice that just occurred. Courtesy of her. I am so excited to have you all here. My magic singes in my veins as I think about lighting the annoying Vraken to my right on fire, just to give my mind something to do beside listening to her boring drawl. This group is going to be the primary one helping us achieve our first steps. Yippee. As you all know, the Dark Elves have changed a lot since their war against you. While your strength and cunning is still there, they have gone lazy. But they do have the benefit of knowing the ground on the surface better, and that's why we need more people who know Protheka and the Dark Elves on your side. At least this makes sense. I'm not so bold as to think our numbers could overcome the Dark Elves given how quickly they took over the planet, and foolishly let their skills diminish. We could use some help. But the source of it has me less than enthused. The only humans that are worthwhile are the bloodbags and the ones that survive the change. The rest are fragile toys to entertain rambunctious Vraken, and there are too many of those running around this camp right now. I don't point that out, though. Over the coming weeks, we are going to send you out in small units to speak to humans at night when the dark elves aren't around. We need them to trust you, so we're going to go over a few simple key things. But you were each selected based on your skills for this mission. I grit my teeth. There she goes with the skills again, as if any of us believe her. But then Celine's eyes scan the room as she assesses her hand-picked group of kidnappers, and her gaze settles on me. Soren, I think you will be perfect for our first test trip tonight. Pride strikes through me. At least she has some sense to her if she is selecting me. You look the most human. At that, heat flushes up my body and I snarl, unable to hold it back. How dare she insult me in such a way? Her eyebrows lift, but she otherwise does not respond as I collect myself, smoothing my hand down my front and fighting my fangs to keep from slicing my bottom lip open. If she wants to insult me, then fine. It is only a matter of time before her false sense of power is ripped away anyway. Soon it will be me leading this base, as it should be. Not a human at the helm, but a real Vraken.
Chapter 3. Evelyn. Heat. It's one of the most versatile things. To warm you, to hurt you, to blister or soothe the skin. It nauseates me, because it stirs up memories I've spent 20 years trying to forget. Shut up! The dark elf jerks me along, my short legs unable to keep up with his. I stumble and fall, scraping my skin. Most 4-year-olds would cry at this point. I'm doing everything I can to keep my mouth shut. The softest bubble of a whimper and he'll hit me again. I don't know how long we've been walking, how long I've been dragged through these woods. The moon above us is bright, but it tells me nothing about the time or where we are going, or why, when I was so peacefully sleeping, I've been dragged out of bed by a dark elf I've never seen before, or where my parents are. Even at my young age, I know better than to let my mind linger on that one. Got another? This does not come from the dark elf wrenching my arm from its socket. It's another voice, coming from someone that I can't make out in the dim light. But then there's a dark shadow and bright yellow eyes in front of my face, and I slam my palm over my mouth as a scream nearly escapes me. You're perfect, he hisses with a grin so nauseating that I feel like I'm anything but. My gut feeling was right as they toss me into the back of a covered cart, and I learn what the elf meant by another. My small body is pressed up against a dozen others in the sweltering night, the air suffocating in the wagon not meant for living cargo. My lungs feel like they are being smothered, and sweat pours down my skin, but still I refuse to cry. I sit silently, staring at the sliver of moonlight that peeks through the back of the cart, and clasp my hands tightly together, praying that I will wake from this nightmare. I don't, no matter how many times I wish to. Instead, cold metal is clamped around my wrists, ankles and neck as I'm tied to the other children that vanished in the middle of the night. A full coin pouch later, and we are passed from one dark elf to another, from a wagon to a ruined building. Most of the other children learn to fall silent, but some have not lost their spirits as quickly as I have. Next to me is a little boy about my age. He looks at me with bright eyes that I can't understand. What was his life before he came here? As brutal as my abduction was, life on Protheka isn't that hopeful anywhere. Do you think we'll go back home? He asks of me, as if I'm not also trapped in a rodent-infested cell and unable to move more than a few inches. 4 years old and I clench my jaw and shake my head. No. My voice is quiet, hard. It feels like I've lost a large chunk of myself as I speak. No one's going home. And I am right. We are all jerked onto stage, one line of 13 kids, most barely more than toddlers. What can they do with us? They find something. For me, I am purchased for the farm. A child with nimble hands and the ability to crawl into small spaces is what they needed. And over time, as I outgrow those expectations, I make myself invaluable. I know the farm better than anyone, and I keep everyone in line. Every time they bring someone new, I take it upon myself to protect them, care for them. It's probably the only reason they haven't killed me yet. Here. The voice jerks me out of my reverie, quieting the voices that are always lingering in the back of my mind. I sink back on my heels and tilt my head up to see Rebecca, a teenage girl who has just come to the farm or place stash of stolen people, if we want to call it what it really is. Hands me a canteen of water. Thank you. I tip it up and gulp down the cold water. She fidgets nervously. Poor girl still cries herself to sleep, and her bruises have yet to heal. But I know the pain of the raiders haunts your mind. You just have to grit your teeth and keep going, or it will consume you. It's hot out here today, I muse as I push up to my feet, swiping the sweat from my forehead. I've been out in the garden for hours, pulling weeds despite my hands and back cramping. She nods. It is. I twist to look toward the shore. We're not too far from the coast, and a nice breeze from the water would be nice, but the sea is calm today. That's rare. With Leandor being surrounded by so many islands and the trade ships passing by, the water is often choppy. Some days it's almost too hard to work because of the wind. But today, it's blistering. Like the heat is pressing down on my lungs. I shake the memory away. One lapse is enough for today. Do you want to help me? I encourage. I'm not sure where Rebecca is supposed to be right now, but if she's at my side, the dark elves will be lenient. At least then they know that she's working. I'm the slave that keeps everyone else going. But I don't do it for them. I do it to give us purpose, to cleanse our minds and souls, or we would go crazy on the farm. Even without the beatings, the captivity would break us. I think that our masters learned with me that a broken body doesn't lead to a broken spirit. I have scars and burns to prove that they could render my skin useless, my legs too shaky to stand on, but that didn't mean I would bend to them. Time, that's what broke me. Bedridden and left alone with my thoughts as I healed from beatings was worse than obeying. Facing my life and all that it had broken down into, the mortality of being a human even at ages 4, 5, and 6 plagued me. Until I finally decided that it was worth just doing what they wanted. I paved the way for the others, and now they are less inclined to beat us. Not against it, of course. But why waste a perfectly good slave when a few days of isolation can make them pliable, and their bodies will be eager for the exercise? I fight not to let anyone get to that point. To be like me. Rebecca still hasn't answered. She just stands in front of me, wringing her hands with her eyes downcast. I'm sure that her own memories are flaring up. The first week is always the hardest, so I gently tug her hand away and lead her over to the weeds. It feels better to do something, I promise. I grasp a weed and rip it up. The task may rip at my calluses, but I'd rather be exhausted, my body too tired to think, than anything else. We don't do it for them. We do it for us. That seems to get through to her, and she slowly nods before reaching out to grasp one of the weeds and ripping it up. A small gasp escapes her as she drops it, staring down at her pink palm, and I pat her on the shoulder. Better, right? I'd rather have something I can control outside of me than the emotions that I can't tame inside. She blinks slowly, before nodding and starting to rip at the weeds faster and harder. Her frustration at her situation is showing, and I don't blame her. It's hard to stomach that this is her life now, until the dark elves tire of her. And then Rebecca, like all the others, will move on. Where they go, I do not know, and why I haven't joined them, I can only guess at. That's how the farm works, and the most I can do is fight for the people right in front of me. Evelyn! I know that voice well, and my head whips up to spot Ada, my best friend, rushing toward me. She's been on the farm nearly as long, and I swear I know her as well as I know myself. Like how easily I can detect the panic in her lilting voice. I jump up to my feet, turning to face her as I assess her expression. Her green eyes are wide, almost terrifyingly striking beneath the curtain of black hair that she often leaves down despite the heat. Her mouth is pressed into a tight line, and her nostrils flare as she skids to a stop before me. My heart is already pounding before she starts to speak, but I know that it isn't going to be good news that she came running out here to tell me. No, I need to brace myself for whatever is coming. What is it? My heartbeat pounds in my ears, trying to block it out as Ada strikes fear in my core.
Chapter 4. Soren. Soren! I don't bother turning around. There are far too many people, humans, that know my name at this point. In 2 weeks I've lured back so many that I frequently hear my name shouted by those I do not care to answer to. They think I am their savior. If only they knew how much I wanted to sink my teeth into their weak flesh and use their bodies how they were meant to be used. But they don't see me as a threat. I pose as a human, slipping into encampments late at night without detection. It's been almost too easy to convince the frail creatures to come with me, to leave their masters behind. In the past few days, some of them have even been excited to meet, saying they've heard of someone freeing humans in the night. I don't know if I'd call what I'm doing freeing. Maybe more like reallocating. On your way out? I turn my head to look at one of the only creatures on the base that I will bother giving the time of day to. Marius. Another Vrakin without wings that is being used as human bait. He plays the part of an escaped slave much better than I, but for some reason I've brought back dozens of the blood bags. To feed first, I grunt. I'll come with. He's chipper, young. But for some reason I don't hold it much against Marius. I just nod as I keep stalking down the hall, eager to get out of the building. It reminds me too much of being trapped in the caverns below the surface since the structure lacks windows. It's like trading one suffocating cage for another. But that's not the case. The cavernous tunnels that were rumored to be the home of the Dark Elves' 13 gods and goddesses were nothing more than a series of homes for us. The cool, damp, and dark area was perfect for our kind. No sunlight, and it was hidden inside a wild spawn, the pocket of magic filling us to the brim with power. That was my only hesitancy about coming above ground. I love living in the wild spawn, undetected by most other creatures. The portals between worlds are so hard to detect, except for the Vrakin. We were made from the same magic after all, but our above camp was built in another wild spawn, the magic just as potent. The air shimmers with the intensity of it, the animals a reflection. Everything here is faster, stronger, and unlike anything elsewhere on Protheka. Marius! The Vrakin spins around to shout something back at the human, but doesn't stop walking. I barely realize he's flipped back around until he's speaking to me. It's nice to have so many new faces, huh? I grunt in response. It's been hard enough to keep a scowl off my face, being forced to share a living space with my prey. They're on the other side of the compound, but still. I don't have it in me to fake my enthusiasm to keep up with Marius. I just love seeing their faces when they come in. He keeps on and I huff. I'm so used to the wild spawn, you know? But the humans... He shakes his head. Their eyes go wide as soon as we pass through. They can feel the magic, I think. And the way the trees and plants are alive. It's awesome, even better than the caverns. I didn't mind the caverns' magic. It was different, more cramped, but better than where I grew up. Where I was left to die. How many of yours have survived? I ask with a coy smile as we slip outside. That dims Marius's excitement. For a moment I almost feel a twinge of regret. Or maybe it was just hunger. Most, he mutters, casting a glance at me. Yours? I've only had to dispose of a handful. He flinches at the way I say dispose, as if we aren't meant to drain the creatures. I was almost surprised that the Elder was a part of such a rule, but the camp has no use for enslaved humans. Either they can join our cause and have protection, or they must be used by the Vrakin in another way. We can't risk sending them back once they know of us, after all. A flock of razor birds dart past us, their wings flaring as they near the portal that leads to the parallel dimension of Protheka. I envy their wild flight, but they aren't forced to swallow their pride and coax their food to come with them, unable to rip their throats open until given permission like a good pet. I grit my teeth, not meaning to speak out loud. I'd much rather be able to fly than rely on the portals. Currently, we just have to think of what we need. A human encampment, and hope that the wild spawn portal spits us out at one. With wings, I could actually scout out what I need. Marius claps me on the shoulder. But then you wouldn't be perfect for this assignment. His fingers dig in. And you're so good at it. Of course. How could I forget what an honor it is to look human? I swear bile burns at the back of my throat at the thought, and I shake Marius's hand on my shoulder off. Silence. You'll scare the prey, I bark at him, not wanting to hear more about how I am so wonderfully human. I swear the first presents me with challenges daily to prove myself. Marius nods, still looking too happy as he splits off from me. I'm thankful for the silence as I dive into the forest, eager to find my new prey. We all feed at sunset so that we set out at our full strength, and I have to say this is a perk. Below ground, all we could do was swipe our hands in the abundant streams, being forced to suck down small aquatic animals that tasted almost tainted at times. Up here, it's real hunting. In my first few days, I chased a lycar through these woods, really stretching my legs for the first time in so long, and when I tackled the blasted thing, I drained it without coming up for a breather. Putting up with the cursed humans is almost worth it to drink from a mammal again. I can barely remember when we used to hunt, being forced to go below ground so soon after being made. The winds shift, and I pick up the scent of warm blood instantly. My legs fly, leaping over roots and ducking beneath branches with ease. I don't even bother to quiet myself, sending the animal running. But I am faster. Its heartbeat pounds, and I chuckle as I leap through the trees, slamming straight into the four-legged thing. A day, I believe, as I grip two of its three horns and wrench its head back. It collapses to its side as I drink deeply, magic flaring in my veins. Even the animals here are full of it, and I am flooded with intense energy as I get my fill. I'm nearly done when something tumbles through the brush next to me, a harsh scream punctuating the quiet air before it's quickly cut off. I lift off the now depleted day and spot Marius not too far away holding a smaller but fatter eye-pin in his hands. He drops it to the side once he finishes, looking up at me with bright eyes. "Ready?" Energy wafts off him, and I shake my head, even as I hold my hand out to him. The fucker is too excited all the time, and yet I've spent nearly every day with him. What is becoming of me? "It's still early," I answer as we make our way toward the portal. "There might be an actual challenge tonight." He elbows me, something I wouldn't normally allow, but I say nothing to Marius. "Looking to rip apart a dark elf?" This actually does bring a smile to my face. "Always." He turns to me, offering 2 fingers in a salute. "Best of luck to you, then." And he takes a step back, disappearing before my eyes. I shift my mindset, knowing that if I don't wipe the ridiculous idea out of my head, I'll be dumped in the city's center and attacked. Instead, I think of wide open spaces and scared humans, ones looking for a way out. And then I take 2 steps forward and hope for the best. The portal is easy to slip through now. It still steals my breath as the magic pulls across my skin, almost feeling like the top layer is peeled away. The air on the other side is thinner, noticeably lacking the magic of the wildspawn. But Protheka still has plenty of it to draw from, and I quickly shake off the feeling. Immediately, I realize that I've never been here before. I'm on the shore of an island, wind ripping harshly around me in the early night. I turn, my eyes scanning the surrounding area. There must be humans nearby if I was dropped here, and just as I think it, I spot what looks to be fire in the distance. Grinning, I start toward it. Time to steal some new recruits, and hopefully a few meals while I'm at it. Who knows, maybe there is something even better waiting at this farm for me. One can only hope, especially as the magic in my blood stirs. And for the first time in a really, really long time, my heart leaps just the smallest amount.
Chapter 5. Evelyn. I gaze longingly at the amber-coloured sky, watching as the sun sets like a blazing red inferno sinking into the grass. My stiff back feels the effects of today's labour, causing me to extend my arms in a satisfying stretch. I let out a yawn, wishing it was just another day, though Ada's words had other ideas for me. Over the last few hours, I had only been delaying the inevitable as I continuously brushed off what she had told me. Doing it again, I turn around, eager to head inside. As my hand grips the doorknob, a sudden chill rings through the air despite it being a hot evening. Ignoring it, I twist the knob and step into the cabin. It's a living space I voluntarily share with both the youngest workers and those who are sick, given my role as the carer around these parts, though it's self-appointed. I make a beeline straight for the bathroom, eager to wash the dirt and sweat off my face. There, I fill a bucket with cold water. As I dip my hands in, a gleam of the sun falls in through the bathroom window, topping off my upturned, water-filled hands with a glimmer of light. I splash the water on my face, relishing in its icy biting sensation as it cools the evening heat simmering on my skin. I do it twice more until I look up at the mirror, gazing upon my reflection. I take notice of how my hair seemed to become richer in its colour during the days where Leondor was graced with sunny weather. I slide my hair behind my ear before drying my face with a rag. Feeling refreshed, I empty the bucket down the bath and head out the door. One of the youngest workers comes running up to me. I lean down and greet him with a hug. "Hi there, Connor." "Hi, Evelyn, you look pretty today." "Oh, thank you." I look upon the innocence of the 6-year-old's smile, recalling how he'd been ripped away from his parents at the start of this year. It seemed as though he had already forgotten all about them, yet I had difficulty deciding whether that was a good or bad thing. I knew internally that it helped to forget things when they hurt you. "How did you get on with your work today?" I ask. "I got sunburn," he whines, turning and pointing to his nape. Upon it sat a darkened red patch of skin. Even from a distance I felt the heat exuding from it. "Let's do something about that. Go take a seat on my bed," I say. As Connor does so, I fetch a pail of cold water, a clean rag, and a batch of Zabilla. I submerge the rag within the water, then squeeze the liquid out of it. Bringing it to the boy's neck, I press down lightly. "Good boy. Now hold it there for a moment." I peel open the Zabilla, exposing the gooey, thick substance laying inside the leaves. Connor moves the rag, allowing me to apply the stuff across his sunburn. He winces slightly at its contact. "You're a strong boy," I say reassuringly. "Thank you, it feels better already," he beams politely. "Now go get some rest. We've got another long day of work ahead tomorrow." He sighs, casting a downward gaze. "They never ever give us a day off unless we're super sick." "I know, Connor, but you've got to keep your head up. Don't lose that handsome smile of yours, okay? Now go on." As he runs off, another worker calls out to me. I turn to see Lisa, a sickly worker dealing with illness, strewn across her bed. As I come closer, I see her forehead is glistening with sweat. "How are you doing, Lisa?" "A bit better. Hopefully I'm better in time for tomorrow. I doubt they'll allow me any more time off." "Your cough seems to have gone, so that's a good sign. Give me just a moment. I'm going to brew you some Gankoya tea." I get to work chopping up some Gankoya in the small kitchen we have, using a blunt knife to painstakingly chop the vegetable into small pieces. In the meantime, a kettle reaches its boiling point. I place the Gankoya into a strainer and pour in some of the water. Within a few minutes, I'm back to Lisa's side. She smiles as she takes the mug in her hands, her face lighting up with glee as she sips the tea. "Thank you, Evelyn, you're so good with us." "Us humans have to look out for each other," I reply. "Say, have you seen Ada around? I have something of hers I borrowed and need to give back to her." At the mention of my best friend, her words begin replaying in my head. This time, it takes a greater effort to filter them out of my mind. "She's back in her own cabin. You'd best give it back to her tomorrow when you're in better shape. Now try and get some rest. I'll leave you be." "Thank you, Evelyn," replies Lisa, pulling her blanket up. After checking in with everyone else in the cabin, I finally resign from today's duties. I brew myself a mug of Röhr's tea and recline in a chair, gazing out once more into the skies. The sky has grown a few shades darker, as if the gods are starting to draw their curtains on Protheka. As much as I try to relax, I can't shake off what Ada said to me earlier in the day. With nothing in the current moment to distract myself, it feels like the intrusive thought has me cornered, forcing me to replay our conversation in its entirety. Giving in, I recall how she'd told me that she'd been dragged to the markets to load and unload the carts while under the strict supervision of 3 dark elf workers. While there, she'd heard rumours and hearsay of a number of humans vanishing over the past 2 weeks. It only riled her up when I tried to blow it off. "Must have been the raiders," I tell her. "No, it definitely wasn't," she replies. Those guys usually leave traces, but these humans disappeared from the face of Leandor as if they were never here in the first place. I stare at her in bewilderment as she rambles on like some sort of crazed madman. "I'm telling you, there's something strange going on and I don't like it," she says. It certainly doesn't help when I tell her she was getting caught up in paranoia. I'm not. Some of the humans went missing not far from where we are. Just keep an eye out, okay? I'm never going to work solo again, but even then apparently groups aren't safe. Ever since, I've been trying to blow it off as some dumb conspiracy. Leandor has always been a crazy place given how far away we are from any other major cities. Yet I can't shake her story from my mind, lingering there for the entire day. What if it's all true? I think to myself as I sip from my cup. I take a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh as I close my eyes for a moment. When I open them again, it's like the sky has become even darker. From the corner of my eye, I spot a sudden movement moving near the trees, causing the hairs on my arm to stand. Oh man, what if it's... It turns out to be a small group of humans out for a late shift. I sigh in frustration, rubbing my forehead as it throbs in pain. I realise that I'm letting it get to me. Still, Ada's never been one to lie or spread gossip. I watch the workers as they head towards the barn, taking note of how I wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now. Now you're starting to sound just as silly as Ada. Despite knowing this, I feel an obligation to go out and keep an eye on them, given my role within the group of humans working here. Never had I let anyone come into harm's way, even if it meant standing up to one of those blasted dark elves. I'm always prepared to take a beating for anyone else. I can handle it. But what if this thing kidnapping humans isn't a dark elf? What if it's out there right now? What if it comes here tonight? All of my senses come to a peak, causing me to feel on edge. The warmth inside the cabin does nothing to ease the chill around me. Stop thinking about it. You know it's no good for you. I laugh at myself for ever giving this conspiracy an ounce of energy, finishing the rest of my tea. I let out a yawn, feeling the effects of the day's labour as it finally catches up to me. I stand, gripping both parts of the curtain to draw it. But something stops me. Amongst the tree lines, there stands a silhouetted figure. It's too far beyond the point where humans go as far as... There's no doubt it's not one of us. It suddenly breaks into a run, its movement graceful yet unsettling. I then immediately realise it's headed for the group of humans at the barn. My heart pounds as my breathing becomes erratic. I better get out there and warn them.
Chapter 6. Soren. I'm hidden with no eyes on me, masked by the cover of the forest. The trees stretch high into the sky, bigger than any of the buildings around these parts. There lingers in the air a dewy smell, emanating from the moss that grows amongst the surface of the bark and trunks. It mixes with the scent of rotting wood and manure left behind by the wildlife, smelling only slightly worse than the stench of the filthy dark elves. I look to the far mountain range in the distance, where its peaks tear through the clouds in the sky. Their shapes are jagged and sharp, as if they're the teeth of Leandor. A dark shadow quickly climbs up as the sun begins to set. It's almost time to move in, I say to myself. Just a short distance away at the farm, the humans are filing into their measly little cabins like Dripier. Seeing so many of them in one place is tempting, but I know better than to move forward without a plan. After all, I know that if I am to gain the favor of the council, they'd see my worth through strategic maneuvers and results. They wouldn't take kindly to a bloodbath full of wasted potential humans that could have further populated the wild spawned. Some distance away from the cabins is a large house. Lounging about on its porch are a pair of dark elves. I can smell their stink from here. I best not move in right at this moment. It's best I wait until those gray-skinned degenerates retreat into their little palace. Oh, how I wish I could slit their throats and bathe in their blood. I impatiently begin the wait, knowing I cannot linger around for too long, or else the humans will lock themselves in for the night. If it has been noticed by now that some of their kind have been disappearing, they're not likely to open the doors to strangers at night, even with my human looks. I lean back against the nearest tree, spectating the farm from above like a razor bird keeping a watchful eye on the movements of its prey. Having watched this particular farm for the past 2 nights, I've been able to deduce that a small group seems to work until after sunset. They make for the best targets to go after, so I know all I need to do is get them away from prying eyes, and then they'll be mine. I shall wait for this wretched land to become shrouded in the darkness of night, and then I will go. I rest for a short while, keeping my mind preoccupied with thoughts of praise from the council. I wonder when they'll look past my lack of wings and give me the promotion I so rightfully deserve. Akeldama knows I do more than those entitled idiots with wings, thinking they need not lift a finger. The farm soon becomes shadowed by the absence of the sun, causing the remaining humans to light up a few lamps littered around the place. I look to the residents, seeing the dark elves have now retreated inside. Right on cue, I think, smiling as a group of humans make way for the barn at the far side of the farm. I glance to the closest cabin, seeing the group should be just out of sight. Excellent, no one will be around to witness their disappearance. Less of a mess. I shoot a final look all around, seeing the coast is clear. I immediately break into a sprint, running through the tree line with confidence that no one sees me. Upon reaching the edge of the farm, I slow my pace to walking speed. I'm marching in the direction of the barn when something moves in my peripheral. I stop, looking from the corner of my eye so as to not give it away. A set of curtains in the cabin draw themselves shut, leaving only a mug on the windowsill. For a moment, I'm unsure of what to do. Have I been spotted? A minute passes as I wait for the alarm to be sounded, but there comes nothing. If anyone saw me, they probably thought I was a new worker who got lost. Shrugging it off, I resume my mission. The humans are busying themselves tidying away tools between the barn and the gardens. I quickly inspect the area as I walk up to them, seeing it's more isolated than I originally thought. Showtime. Hey there! I call out to the humans. They spin around violently, obviously not expecting to encounter anyone else out at this time. They grip various farm tools in their hands like weapons, pointing sharp ends towards me. I slow my pace further and throw up my palms, seemingly calming them down as weapons and tools are lowered. No doubt my human appearance helps, as much as it sickens me. Don't worry. I come in peace, my friends, I state. Who are you? Says the biggest one, puffing his chest out as he steps in front. As if you could stop me. I'm just a friend. I put up my hands. I was a slave on a farm a few miles north, but I managed to escape with some of the humans there. It was not unlike here, and I can only imagine you'd be eager to get away from your masters. Wait a minute, slow down. You said you escaped? Yes, I affirm, feigning excitement. I've come here to seek out other humans and liberate them. Don't you want to get away from those gray-skinned criminals? I watch eagerly as they begin to whisper amongst each other with bewildered looks. Using my advanced hearing, their words amplify to a normal volume for me. Should we trust him? Well, he is human after all. They all turn back to me. Who are you with? I know you're all on edge. I don't blame you, but I have no allegiance to the Dark Elves. My name is Soren, and I just want to help you. And myself. The more humans I bring back, the more likely I am to finally claim a higher position on that base. You're not kidding, are you? Says one of them, only to be elbowed by the worker to his right. Obviously he isn't. What kind of human would come here willingly without just cause? That's it. Come on over to me. I wouldn't lie. I just want to help you all find freedom, just like I have. The words are bitter on my tongue. I normally don't have to coax them like this. How did you get out? I push my hands in my pockets, looking around casually. Lots of planning and perfect timing. They are starting to test my patience. But how? Dark elves have magic? My friends, I do not have the time to explain each and every detail to you here. If you come with me now, I can lead you to a safe spot where I can then answer all of your questions. One of the workers steps forward, still gripping a spade. I'll join you. I'd love nothing more than to bash in their skulls with this. That's the spirit, I reply. It's working. Come on then, he calls to his comrades. Let us rally the strongest men and women and storm into the residence tonight. We shall leave their heads on pikes for the rest of their kind to see. No, we can't attack tonight, I warn. My men and I had to plan out our assault for months at a time. There's no good in just storming in without a plan. Though you have tremendous willpower, my friend. We could use a soldier with bravery such as yours. One of the women joins me at my side. I'm sick of being pushed around like a plaything. They have children slaving away without any days off, and that ain't right at all. The biggest of the bunch looks at his axe as a defiant look crosses his face. Those demons have my ill-ridden mother working every day. I haven't seen her in months. I'd love nothing more than to free her and kill any soul who ever laid a hand on her. Then join me, I say to him. We'll head to a safe spot, hidden away from their prying eyes where we can live in peace. Then, when the time is right, we'll liberate other camps one by one, and you'll get your mother back. That, I promise you. I'm in, says the man. The rest of the workers exchange looks with one another, murmuring further words amongst themselves. This could be our only shot at getting out of here. I don't know, man, what if we get caught and die? Well, I'd much rather meet my end putting up a fight. I won't bow down any longer. That's right. Join me, you vulnerable bloodbags. Your anger will only make you taste sweeter. They all then look at me with a look on their faces as if they're ready to give in. Just when they're about to join, there comes a sudden shrill of a voice from behind me. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
Chapter 7. Evelyn. I open the door of the cabin, hit with a sudden breeze that almost makes me reconsider what I'm about to do. I pull my shawl tighter around me as I wonder if I'm about to make the biggest mistake of my life. If I do this, there's the chance I might not come back, says the voices in my head. If something happens to you, who's going to look after the kids and the sick? Surely not the dark elves. You know they'd happily let them rot away in their beds. I take a step back before coming to my senses. No, stop thinking that. There's an intruder heading right for the others, and I must protect my fellow humans no matter what. Stepping out of the cabin, all fear seems to dissipate from my shoulders. I begin marching in the direction of the barn. For a moment, I think I'm too late as there's no one there. Oh no! I stalled for too long. I'm too late. There comes a faint glow of a lamp around the corner of the barn. Without thinking, I rush toward it. I'm relieved to see the familiar faces, thankful that they're still alive, though I wondered what they're doing instead of going inside. It's then that I see the mysterious figure from before, seemingly talking to them. Now that it's not running, I'm able to make it out as a human, which surprises me. Could it just be some straggler looking for food? Don't they know better than to wander onto a plot of land run by dark elves? Deciding not to take a chance, I march toward him as a few others walk to his side. There's no way that's going to happen, not on my watch. Who are you? And what are you doing here? I call out. The workers jump, startled at my sudden shout. The mysterious figure turns ever so slowly, causing me to tense up. In the glow of the lamps, his face becomes clear to me. Whoa! The figure is a human man who looks to be in his 20s. He looms above the others in height, his thin build making him look like a living tower. Even in the ambient yellow glow of the lamp, I can see his skin is pasty white. Light brown hair spilled over his shoulders, running down to his chest. A small nose sits on his face like a button, underneath which lay a thick set of lips. The lamp's flame dances in the reflection of his blue eyes, looking like a blazing inferno in the seas of Protheka. Not expecting the intruder to have been so handsome, I briefly forget why I came out here for a moment. I snap back to reality before everyone looks at me like I'm the strange one. Hey there, says the intruder, his voice deep and sharp like the blade of a sword. What are you up to? Why do you have all of these people rounded up like Torah? I ask. I'm aware this may look strange, says the man with a relieved face. He must have thought I was one of the dark elves. Allow me to explain myself, he continues. You better hope you've a good explanation for this. We don't take kindly to people wandering up on our farm, I reply, stepping closer. Evelyn, calls one of the other workers. You've got it all wrong. He's trying to help. Hold on. He's a grown man. I'm sure he can speak for himself. I snap, angry that the man now knows my name. Evelyn, what a pretty name, says the man, brandishing what is admittedly a handsome smile. My name is Soren, he introduces, extending a hand out. I only glance at it in disgust, causing him to retract. I am an escaped worker from another farm. I'm with a group of others who have located a safe haven for all humans, away from the knowledge of the Dark Elves. He moves closer to me with a swagger in his step. We're planning to throw a revolution, but we need numbers if it's to be a success. I've come here to rescue you all, so if there's more of you, then please gather them so we can get going. What on Protheka is this man on about? There's no time to lose, says a worker. Evelyn, come on, this is our chance for freedom. Do you all hear yourselves right now? I exclaim. Some random stranger turns up on the farm and we're going to trust him immediately? But he's a human. Not all humans are good, I warn. For all we know, this could be an illusion of some sort set by the Dark Elves. They've been cracking down on those who try to escape, so this has to be a trap. I'm real, reassures Saurin. Some of the others begin to back away from him. Yeah, maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. The newbie's probably working for the elves. No, he exclaims. None of you understand. He reaches for one of the girls, but I scream out, arresting him in place. Get away from them! Soren throws his hands up. I didn't mean any harm. What farm are you from? The one just north of here, like I said. All right, well, what's the owner's name? I, as well as the others, have no clue who owned this other farm, but we know if Soren is legit. He'll tell us. Well, He stumbles over his words, giving himself away as a fraud with other intentions. The others back away from him, raising their weapons once more. You need to get out of here, I order him. None of us are going to come with you, whether you like it or not. A look filled with fury comes within the flicker of his eyes, another dead giveaway. Surely, no other human would be so offended at others of his kind, not wanting to take such a dangerous risk. His penetrative gaze levels with mine. Don't you wish to free yourself, as well as your people? You can do that by coming with me, he begs, throwing his hands together. Trust me. There's something held back in his mien. He speaks in such a controlled manner that it seems like he wishes to lash out at me physically. As I continue refusing, his tone grows bitter like the peel of a tisret fruit. This is all on you. You're a fool to keep your people imprisoned here, he shouts. Why can't you trust a fellow human who only wants to help? Fed up, I break away from the safety of the group, coming face to face with him. The gaze in his eyes seemed to widen in surprise, like he never expected a bold move. Up close, I can see he's perfectly balanced between calmness and rage, imagining how he must be writhing to get his hands on me. Listen here, you jerk, I snarl. Maybe you've been living under a rock, but people all over Leondor have been going missing over the past 2 weeks. Soren's eyes look around nervously, only causing my suspicion to grow. The last thing that any one of us is going to do is follow some slimy creep into the forest. Tell you what, if what you say is true, then why don't you line up your little band of soldiers and come free us then? Yeah, chime in the others behind me. Can't take a chance. Soren growls at me, peering down his nose as if I'm below him on the food chain. Fine. If you don't wish to come with me, then I don't care. Just don't come running for me when the Dark Elves get sick of your attitude and make you suffer. He turns to the others. What about the rest of you? Surely amongst you, there must be at least one adult who's capable of making up their own mind. Everyone shakes their heads, much to my relief. They motion for me to come back, but I refuse just in case this idiot was about to do something stupid. We don't need a hero. All of us can look after ourselves, got it? Soren snickers, shaking his head before spitting on the ground. I'm just saying there might be some things out there that you can't rescue yourself from. That's the final straw. Oh yeah? I yell. Like what?
Chapter 8. Soren. I'm caught way off guard by this Evelyn woman stepping up to me. Who is this lady? Is she their leader? I ask myself, nearly scoffing at the idea. I note how each one of the workers seem to listen to her without an ounce of hesitation. They watch on like hungry razor birds, hanging on every word and move of Evelyn. I've never ever met a human quite as resistant as her. How is it that she's not at all enticed by the promise of freedom? I'm just saying, there might be some things out there that you can't rescue yourself from. Evelyn's eyes light up with a fire brighter than that of the lamps. Oh yeah? Like what? Without warning, she lunges forward and pushes me with full force. Her strength catches me off guard as I stumble back. Growling underneath my breath, every part of me wishes to bare my teeth and sink them into her flesh for her insolence. Yet I know better than to expose myself out here. Just then, there comes the sound of a door swinging open as everyone turns to the direction of the large house. Hey, what are all of you doing there? Get the inside your cabins or you'll sleep outside tonight. The workers break into a brisk walk, each of them heading inside their filthy cabins. I snap to Evelyn, who also wears a look of bloodlust in her eyes. There's some fight in you. I promise you that this isn't going to be the last you see of me, Evelyn. I'll come back just for you. Make sure to bring your little troop this time. You'll need it if you're going to get past me. With that, she scoffs and spins around, walking back in the direction of her human pen. My eyes glance to her backside as it shakes from side to side. You may be a little wench, but you sure have a cute butt. She glances over her shoulder. And quit looking at what you can't have, you pervert. Ouch. I head off toward the tree line, climbing back up the small hill with ease. I quickly reach the top, where I then take one final look at Evelyn for the evening. She opens the door to her cabin and turns to look at me as well. It's not fair how beautiful she looks even at this distance. She throws up the middle finger and retreats inside, shutting the door with a loud bang. I only smile as a strange feeling brews inside me. There's something about the girl that I like, though I can't quite put my finger on it. I question if it is her feistiness and bravery. In my past, no one had ever stood up to me like that before. I quickly brush it off, having more important things to focus on. As I lay down to rest this morning, I keep going over various strategies and approaches for getting these people out of the farm and to the wild spot. More specifically, how I'm going to get through Evelyn's protection. I think about convening with the council for help, but I quickly shut that down. If I'm going to prove my worth, I have to show them I can handle a resistant human woman. Asking for assistance for that will only ensure I stay in my current position forever. Taking out the dark elves isn't going to be an option. I have no way of knowing how many there are in that house, and I have no time to gather intel. Going in for an attack on the humans will only draw the attention of the gray-skinned entities anyway. Yet, even through all of my planning, my mind keeps resorting to one thing, or rather, one person. Evelyn. In an odd twist, I feel as though she's my biggest challenge here, even more than the dark elves. With all other options out of the question, I settle on a peaceful approach with no use of threats. I sit for another while, going over my plan before night eventually falls, allowing me to move in. Taking a deep breath, I mentally prepare myself for what will inevitably be a tense confrontation. No doubt she's going to be on edge from last night's altercation. I must approach slowly and with caution. I spot her from afar, tucked away in the same spot we were last night. Luckily, there's no one around as I walk up to her. When I'm a few feet away, I stop and clear my throat loudly, causing her to spin around. I tense up as she sees me, yet her reaction is completely different to what I'm expecting. She rolls her eyes and bursts out laughing, a move that leaves me baffled. But something else quickly overtakes my confusion. Attraction. In the glow of the lamp, I become awe-struck by her features. The light perfectly illuminates her toned, athletic body, making it clear why she had so much strength in her push against me. In between giggles, she glances at me with brown eyes that hook me as they close and open again. Her caramel hair bounces around as she laughs before it comes to a rest just past her shoulders, coiling around in natural curls. Sitting underneath her wide nose is a full bottom lip, making for a dazzling smile that she brandishes at this moment. It makes me stop and reflect for a few seconds on how I haven't been around humans up until recently. Even then, I've seen enough by now to know Evelyn is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, even more than those of my own kind. I then recall the night prior, thinking I must have been too caught up with my mission to have fully noticed her sheer beauty. Maybe it was her feisty attitude that threw me off. Realizing I'm heading into territory I'd rather stay away from, I snap back to reality. She may be a looker, but I can't forget the reason why I came here. And here I was thinking that you were bluffing when you said you'd come back, she laughs. What are you going to do? Kidnap me this time? Her body language is too closed off for me to determine if she's serious. I think then of the possibility that she may be playing mind games with me. Look, I say, I think you and I got off on the wrong foot yesterday. Oh, you think? She replies mockingly, bursting into another fit of laughter. Great, this isn't going to be easy. No, I know we did. I wanted to come back and apologize to you, face to face. A sudden wave of seriousness comes over her face, wiping from it her beautiful smile. That's not going to make me trust you, so you'd better have something other than a piss-poor excuse. Here we go again, I think, as she starts pressing my buttons. No, don't give in. One wrong answer and things could pick right back up from where they left off yesterday. I know, I reply, taking on a friendlier tone. But a man can try, can't he? There comes a glimmer of surprise in the flicker of her eyes. A smirk comes across her face as she tilts her head. As she does so, some hair falls down over her face, making me want to reach out and brush it behind her ear. I've got you now. Well, she quips, he certainly can, but he won't always get what he wants, especially if he expects a whole group of people to follow him into the forest. She raises her eyebrows playfully, ready for my comeback. Somehow the look on her face gives me a surge of confidence. And what if all he wants tonight is the girl? Her brows cross as if she's stunned. I know that I'm so close to getting her into the palm of my hand. Those brown eyes of hers run me up and down as if they want to undress me. What's in the bag? She asks after a moment, her tone void of hostility. Consider it an apology gift, I chime. As I speak, a strange warm sensation rises within me that I've never felt before. She turns her face, but not fully, failing to conceal her smile. There's got to be something said for a man that can make you laugh, right? Even as she tries not to smile, it's written all in her eyes. Come on, come with me, Evelyn. I'm not coming anywhere with you, Soren, she replies, walking closer to me. Because you're coming with me. Chapter 9. Soren. My eyebrows shoot up, surprised once again at how commanding this little human is. Most that I've met thus far are timid, and I don't know what to make of her. But there's a challenge in her eyes and a smile playing on her lips that makes my heart stumble. I find laughter building in my chest the longer that she stares at me, and I fight it, giving her a smirk instead. For a moment I forget why I am even here. She's supposed to be coming with me, leading the others to our camp to strengthen our recruits, and yet I find myself eager to see where she's going to take me. I don't even know why I'm back here. I tried, they turned me down, and I should have been on to the next place. But I know that I can't just walk away from this little human. I've always liked a good challenge, and it doesn't hurt she's so nice to look at too. She occupied a lot of my mind today annoyingly, something I didn't expect when I was assigned this mission. I assume it's my pride, unwilling to bend to someone who should be my prey. I can't let her keep all the humans for me, and that's why I'm back here, no other reason. I sweep my arm in front of me. Lead the way, princess. She cocks an eyebrow. Princess? I have to assume you're royalty. I shrug one shoulder. With how bossy you are. Her eyes narrow even as a smile plays on her lips. I am not bossy. I probably shouldn't, but I reach out to push a piece of her hair back. Whatever you say, princess. She clucks her tongue but doesn't argue. Instead, she lets her eyes rake over me before turning around. But she only makes it one step before she twists her head so that she can see me over her shoulder. I'm just glad you're finally showing me the respect I deserve. I chuckle as she faces forward again, her steps never faltering. She's infuriating, yes, but she's also witty and has a tenacity that most everyone I've encountered lacks. I like it all too much. The wind picks up as I follow her, ruffling her hair, and her scent hits me. Much like the first time I smelled it, it stirs something in me. My mouth waters, and it takes everything in me not to grab her and pin her against the side of one of these buildings just to get a taste. My fangs rake along my bottom lip, and I'm surprised that they have dropped down, not having noticed the desire for her has grown so strong. It must be because she is human, though I haven't had such a reaction to anyone else so far. I wonder if her blood is especially potent. As we round a corner, I see that she is leading me back toward the cabins, to my surprise. She didn't strike me as that kind of human, though she's not the first to try this tactic. Most wait until we get back to the base before they try to latch onto their savior, so I don't fully understand her method here. Though, my eyes drift down her figure, toned and tanned from all her work outside. I don't mind it too much. Is this a tactic to get me to stop coming here? I grit my teeth at the idea of being treated in such a way, even if I'm trying to appear as human, as her equal. That must be what she thinks. That if she offers her body up to me, I'll take what I want and leave their little farm alone. But she doesn't know that once I take her, she will be hooked. Maybe even enough so to come back to the base with me, and this whole charade can be over. I swallow against the sudden dryness in my mouth. What's wrong with me? As we reach the cabins, she bypasses the front door. Irritation skitters up my body as my stomach twists violently. Is she purposefully wasting my time? Not only is she being a tease, but now she's fucking with me. What are we doing? I snap, my chest feeling oddly tight. I don't get it, but I've been here long enough. If tonight is going to be a waste of my time, I need to know now. Evelyn turns, cutting her eyes at me. Shut up and listen to someone for once. And then she faces forward again, slipping between the cabins as I pause, stunned that she would dare speak to me this way. Every human has either seen me as their redemption or their doom, and either way I've been too intimidating for them to stand up to. My success rate was impeccable before I met her. Everything in my body is screaming at me to put her in her place. I could press her up against the wall, flash my fangs, and show her just who she is dealing with. I could at least physically remind her that she is in no place to give demands. But I don't do any of that. Shut up. Again, I must have drank from a tainted animal and it's fucked my head up. It is the only explanation for the way I am responding to this woman. Are you coming? She hisses, and I expect anger to rise. When it doesn't, I move between the cabins where she disappeared to, and I have to fight not to grab her now. There's almost no space, so we are nearly touching, and she's pushed up on her toes to look in through a window. Her spine is curved as she leans forward, and her form looks perfect with her back arched and her body poised on the tips of her toes. I have to whip away from her, as a vision of me taking her from behind, while I bit her neck flashes through my mind and my fangs snap down. Holy crap! First, I need to get it together. Look here, she whispers, and I notice all the animosity has seeped out of her voice. I cut my eyes toward her, but she's focused on whatever is in the cabin. Fighting a grumble about how she could have taken me inside and shown me something much more interesting, I lean forward. The cabin's interior consists of rows and rows of beds. With my enhanced vision, I can make out little bodies in them, stirring as they sleep, and I twist to look at Evelyn. Her eyes are glued to them, her features softening, and as the moonlight hits her, I can't help but think how stunning she is. And apparently unstable. What am I supposed to be looking at? Her gaze cuts to me, and after another glance at the window, she huffs a sigh and pushes me out from between the cabins. She crosses her arms over her chest, tilting her head to the side, and as a strand falls across her face, my hand itches to brush it out of the way. That is my purpose. Her voice is solemn, but I can hear the silent plea underneath it. I don't just trust anyone. I can't. It would put everyone here in danger, and I do everything I can to protect them. Her eyes rake up and down my body, lighting me on fire even as I see the judgment in them. I smirk as her gaze comes back up to my face, and I see a flicker there. She does find me attractive, even if she doesn't trust me still. Maybe she's smarter than I've given her credit for. You don't know me, I get that. She cocks an eyebrow as if agreeing with me, and I chuckle lightly. I haven't come in here to hurt anyone, though. I'm offering you a place away from the Dark Elves, a place where you can be safer. Her stare is calculated as she assesses my features, and I do my best to look kind and trustworthy. I'm good at charming people, but Evelyn seems to have been able to see straight through it since we met. Your words are pretty, but the meaning behind it is empty. Here, I know what evils I face, and I am not stupid enough to believe that the Dark Elves here are the worst thing on Protheka. Something almost like pride prickles through my chest. She is very cunning, then, and it draws me closer to her. I fight not to close the distance between her, to show her just how long she's been facing off with something much more dangerous. I've given up my life to protect these people. Most of them are just kids who don't deserve the life they've been thrust into. She swallows hard. So I hope you keep that in mind as you try to execute whatever your plan is.
Chapter 10. Evelyn, I keep having to remind myself to focus. Under Soren's icy blue gaze, heat sears through my body, and I force myself to hold still, keeping my gaze stern. I'm not sure how well I'm doing, though, especially with that ridiculous smirk on his face. Honestly, I've been worked up all day. No matter what I was doing, Saurin kept cropping up into my mind. He's been annoyingly persistent in my thoughts as much so as he is every night. But his good looks and knee-weakening chuckles and dangerous smirks aren't going to make me forget what he is, a threat. He showed up here out of nowhere and is trying to take people from the farm. The more I've been around him, the less I've been convinced that he means any harm. He hasn't forced anyone. He just keeps offering refuge away from the Dark Elves, but the lack of details makes me uneasy. Or maybe how much I want to trust him does. Maybe he's not a threat after all. Maybe he... No. I can't let the inexplicable way he makes me laugh and turns my body into a puddle distract me from reality. My stupid heart stutters as his eyes flick down my body and back up to my face, his gaze too soft. It's your turn to come with me. My first thought is yes, which is foolish. I've never been one to jump blindly into anything, especially not in a scenario such as this. What's worse is that I am foolishly alone with Soren. Most other nights there are still people milling about, finishing their chores long after the Dark Elves have vanished into their homes up the road. They don't really stay around to watch us, almost like they are daring someone to try and run. We all know they'd love to chase after someone who would try it. Besides, there is an unspoken threat that lingers over all of us. They will torture anyone for breaking the rules, especially if it is to put me in place. I keep everyone in line and they don't touch us, but one mistake. Chains and whips flash through my mind and a shudder travels through my body. I expect Soren to try and coax me to follow him. I've seen how he treats others, like they are scared animals. In some ways, many are, and they respond well to his soft encouragement. But with me, he cocks his head and smirks. My ridiculous heart flips, and I swallow hard, trying to squash the feeling that rises up. Why does he have to look so good when he does that? Evelyn. Another flash of heat hits me at the sultry way he says my name. Just come with me, don't worry, I won't bite. He chuckles beneath his breath, like there's some joke there I'm not getting. He holds a hand out to me, and as much as I want to take it, I keep my feet rooted to the ground. I don't know where he's trying to lead me, and he might see me as a threat to his plans. Is he trying to get rid of his problem? But he doesn't grow agitated or more pushy. He just shakes his head, that grin growing impossibly wider. I get it. You don't trust me. But I am trying to show you that you can. Take a chance. Don't you ever do that. I narrow my eyes at him, his hand still extended. No, I bite out. He chuckles deeply, chipping away at my resolve as heat pools in my core. How is it possible for a laugh to sound so hot? Give it a try? I weigh my options. He could take me off and kill me, but I think we both know my disappearance wouldn't help his case. No one would trust him if something happened to me, and it would bring the attention of the Dark Elves. So why could he be doing this? Is it possible he feels even an inkling of what I do? I sigh, knowing he will manage to wear me down, and my curiosity is about to get the better of me. I shouldn't fall into his perfectly planned trap, but he's been so patient and fun to be around. Maybe he's right. I should take a chance. Placing my hand in his, an electric buzz runs up my body, and Soren's eyes light up. It steals my breath away. Look at that! He flips my hand over in his, studying it with amazement lighting up his face. You didn't explode! I shove him, rolling my eyes. Oh, shut up. His deep laugh fills me with warmth, even more so as he slips his fingers through mine and leads me toward the edge of the farm. I don't ask where we're going, too busy studying him as we walk. I glued the mask on really well. He turns to look at me, so you won't be able to catch a glimpse of what's beneath no matter how long you look. I blink, confused. What? He shrugs as he pulls me down a path of the forest, and my heart starts to pound. Everything in my head screams, danger. And yet I don't stop him. You seem to be convinced I'm some kind of monster in disguise. So I just wanted you to know that no matter how hard you look, my face isn't going to change. He flashes a bright smile at me as we break through the trees at the top of a hill where a small clearing sits. But I appreciate your interest in my face. It is exquisite. I scoff, ripping my hands away, and Saurin flops onto the ground next to me. He pats it, and I take a seat, keeping a respectable distance between us as I take in the view. I can see the ocean from here, the moonlight reflecting off the waves lapping at the water. There's no farm, no elves, just peace. It's nice. Soren rolls over so that he is on his side facing me, taking away the space between us again. I recline back on my hands and try to fight the way his proximity affects me, but then he dumps something in my lap. The bag from earlier. I look from it to him and he wiggles his eyebrows. I told you it was an apology. He nods at it. Open it. Pulling at the strings, I open it to find a bracelet inside. It's clearly handmade, with hammered and stamped metals that I've only seen humans wear. It's not something he could have bought. Where did you get this? I snap, my heart hammering wildly. He huffs, edging closer and taking the bracelet out of my hand. You're welcome, by the way. He fastens the piece around my hand, my body lighting up with every brush of his fingers against my wrist. It looks lovely on you, just as I thought it would. I look between the bracelet to Soren, who is now sitting much too close for me to think straight. But where did you get it? His features soften, which only makes my heart go haywire. One of the humans at the camp I've been telling you about made it. I wanted to show you that the people that do choose to come with me are safe and are able to enjoy things like this, not just pull weeds and handle crops for the Dark Elves. His hand drops to my knee, caressing the bottom half of my thigh and making heat flood between my legs. I know that you are scared to trust me, but I'm truly trying to bring you and the others to safety. That's it. There is no other trick or reason behind me wanting you to come with me. I nod, looking down at the bracelet and toying the metal. I want to believe him. I do. He's been patient and kind, and with this gift I'm almost convinced. But there is something niggling at the back of my brain. Saurin is so odd to me. A human that roams free. Not just that, but he's not hiding out in the forest or on one of the islands. He's sneaking into encampments like he isn't afraid to get caught. Something had struck me as off since I met him, and I can't fully trust him when I can feel a secret, one that could be detrimental, lingering between us. I twist to look at him, sucking in a deep breath. What are you? I don't miss the way his face looks stunned for a second before he quickly masks it behind his smile, smothering it in charm. His fingers keep making little circles on my knee, distracting me. I'm just a human wanting to save others, and I've found a place where we could all be safe and free." His words sound so good that I'm desperate to believe him. But for the first time my gut twists, and I'm not sure why, but I'm almost certain that he just lied to me. Gods, I want to be wrong. Chapter 11. Evelyn. After another long, hard day working under the cruel sun, I'm at the last of the day's tasks, putting away tools. I wipe a pool of sweat from my forehead, busying myself with my work when someone taps on my shoulder. I turn around, greeted by a worker named Saurin. "Hey, Evelyn, can I talk to you for a minute?" he asks. "Sure, what's up?" "Well," he mutters, scratching his arm, "I wanted to ask about that guy who keeps coming around." "Soren? Has he been bothering you?" I ask. A nervous look comes within the flicker of Saurin's eyes, seemingly avoiding contact with mine. "No, not at all, actually. But do you think he's coming around tonight?" he stutters. "I'm not sure, but he's been here for the last 3 nights in a row, so—" I say, shrugging my shoulders. "Oh, all right, well, that's fine, I guess," muttered Saurin, rubbing the back of his neck. "Why do you ask?" I say, crossing my arms. He better not be thinking what I'm thinking. "Some of the others and I just want to talk to him. He doesn't really seem like a bad person, you know." "What are you getting at, Aaron?" I ask, becoming impatient. "Well, I've been talking with some of the others," he says shyly. I already know what's going to be said, becoming frustrated by Saurin's stalling. "Out with it, I don't have all night," I snap. "We're thinking about going with Soren to this safe haven he speaks of," he gasps, seemingly taking extra effort for him to admit. "Of course you are," I think to myself, casting a downward gaze in disappointment. "I know you're probably not very happy about it, but the guys and I talked it through," explains Saurin. "We know the risk we're taking by leaving." "So why do it then? Why take such a chance?" I ask. "None of us can take it here anymore. All of us have had family stripped away from our lives and are powerless to do anything about it. For all we know, they're already at this palace Soren speaks of." "And if they're not?" "Well, no offense, Evelyn, but I'd much rather die surrounded by humans in a community of our own than work myself to death in here." I sigh in acceptance, knowing I had no argument against a valid reason. "We haven't made a concrete decision yet, but I just wanted to let you know." Saurin stands there, twiddling his fingers as he awaits my response. I look off in deep thought. Have they all lost their minds? Or is he doing the right thing? I think of being in their shoes, wondering if I would get out of this hole if I had the chance. For them, it was always going to be an easier choice. Yet, for someone like me, I couldn't just drop everything and go. I looked to the children working nearby, wondering who'd look after them if I was to disappear. This camp views me as their leader, the person they turn to when they're in need, the mother-like figure who'll take care of them. Internally, I know that I cannot make every single decision on their behalf, and act like an overly strict parent, deciding what they can and cannot do. "Okay," I resign. "It's up to you. I won't get in your way, but consider everything before you leave." "Yeah, of course," replies Saurin with an upbeat tone. He was seemingly happy that I had in some sort given him permission to go. "Hey, maybe if it's as safe as Soren says, some of us can come back and take the children with us." "No," I snap. "I'm the one who looks after them. Where they go and what they do will be up to me." "All right," he nods. "Fair enough, I'll see you later. Thanks for everything you've done for us. But the day has to come where we take things into our own hands." With that, Saurin spins around and trots off back to work. Letting out a heavy sigh of defeat, I get back to organising the tools. I try focusing on my work, but all that's on my mind is Soren and the effects of his presence ever since his arrival 4 nights ago. He's really having an impression on these people then. I'm sure he'll show up tonight. At the same time, I'm wondering if Soren does the same thing with other farms, going around on what seemed like a recruitment drive. From last night, he had stopped talking about fighting back, and just kept hampering on about being safe. Maybe this place really is safer, but there's no way of knowing for sure, unless I ask him for some evidence, One thing is for certain, I'd never ever met anyone like him. A human seemingly free to wander the land after escaping his owners seemed too far-fetched for me. How it is he's able to roam around and not get caught baffles me. "Hey, Evelyn!" calls out a familiar voice. I turn around, seeing Saurin approaching from a few feet away as if right on cue. As he walks over, other workers wave at him, some even running up to shake his hand with warm smiles on their faces. It was like they were greeting an old friend. "How's the revolution going?" asks one of them. "Some of my people rounded up a couple of other prisoners last night. Now they're living freely with us," beams Soren, brandishing that handsome smile on his face. I try to ignore him, but it proves useless as he strolls right to my side. A nudge of his elbow gives me no choice but to acknowledge him. As I turn to face him, he flashes a friendly smile, somehow dissipating my thoughts of annoyance from moments ago. "Hello again," he greets. "Why am I not surprised?" I reply, rolling my eyes. "I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, you know who I haven't seen in so long? My old friend Evelyn." "Ah, of course, because last night was so long ago." "Yeah, it seems like only yesterday I was here," he laughs. Although his joke isn't funny, there's something about his nonchalant delivery that forces me to hide a smile. "So, any trouble from the Dark Elves?" "They're still mistreating us, nothing new there." "Such a shame," he says, shaking his head. "Don't you just wish you could do something about it and go somewhere else?" he continues, shooting a sly look at me. "Nice try, Soren," I chuckle, "but there's no way I'm coming with you." He opens his mouth to speak, but there suddenly comes the shout of his name. We turn to the voice, seeing Aren waving as he approaches us with 5 other workers behind him. They stroll right up to us, but face just Soren, seemingly ignoring me altogether. "Hi there, Soren. It's good timing that you came by," says Aren. "There's something I and a few of the guys wanted to talk to you about." Soren looks at them with a hint of suspicion in his eyes, perhaps alarmed by the approach of a large group. "All of us here have been thinking about your offer, and we've reconsidered it. In other words, we wish to come with you." Soren's eyes light up in surprise before darting to me. I see in them a hint of uncertainty as they linger, causing me to guess he's waiting for my approval. I shrug and give him a subtle nod, to which he responds by smacking his hands together while rising to his feet. "I'm glad to hear that, gentlemen. Would all of you be ready to depart with me tonight?" All of them nod, proud smiles coming over their faces as Soren forms a huddle with them. In a strange sense, I feel happy for them. I knew that Soren wasn't a bad person. If I were to hold these workers back from going with him against their will, that would have made me no better than the Dark Elves. I recline against the barn wall, watching as more workers are called over to join the departing group. Excitement comes over their faces, something I've never seen any of them express before. Soren must be like a saviour to them. The group then turned to leave, headed off in the direction of the forest. As they walk off, a sense of worry comes over me, causing me to call out to Soren. Some of the others turn with a look of concern on their faces, perhaps afraid that I've changed my mind. "Yes?" asks Soren. "I need to know that everyone's going to be okay in your care," I insist. "I can assure you they'll be just fine." "I can't just take your word of mouth, I need some sort of evidence from you." Soren nods in acceptance. "I understand. I'll get proof to you as soon as possible, that's a promise." "Okay, good luck then, I suppose." I watch as they continue on, the men setting foot off the farm what I think is going to be the last time. As they disappear into the forest, I become nauseous with mixed feelings, praying to the gods that they'll all be okay.
Chapter 12. Soren. 2 weeks of coming to the same farm every night. It's kept me out until daybreak, and yet I've kept it hidden. "Impressive," Lucien mutters as I slip through the portal an hour before sunrise with 8 new humans. I'm not sure why he's standing on the other side, if he's coming or going. "You've been out till late hours." I shrug, pretending I don't see his outstretched wings. Negotiations are hard when humans are wary. Word is getting around that they are going missing. It's not entirely false. I'm not having a hard time convincing people to come with me. That is not where the problem lies. No. It's that I go see Evelyn first. Just as the sun sets, I slip through the portal, eager to make my way to her farm. And I spend an hour or two with her, not trying to convince her to come with me. I'm not sure what I would do if she decides she wants to. There are truths I'm not ready to face that would be revealed, and everything between the two of us feels so precarious that I don't want to disrupt it. I shouldn't care, shouldn't be visiting her. But for 2 weeks I find myself thinking about her when I go through the wild spot. And as I come up to the farm, I find her standing at the edge like she's waiting on me. If only I could get my traitorous heart to believe she isn't, starting to think things that aren't true. Especially as she tilts her head to the side as she watches me, or throws her head back when she laughs, and I don't think about piercing her delicate flesh and draining her. Instead, her scent makes my mouth water, and all I want to know is how it would feel to taste her blood. The first time the thought entered my mind, I abruptly left. I never intended such thoughts to come from my nightly visits. And ever since, I've struggled to push it away. My body wants her, but I have a strong grip on my self-control. It's the only thing that's kept me off of her, really. But as long as it's purely a physical attraction, I can handle it. 10 days since I completed my mission. I was technically done with this farm once the first group of humans came with me. My goal is to take who I can and leave who won't come. And absolutely no contact between the humans in the wild spawn and the ones not. But for Evelyn, I break the rules. She only made it 2 days before she broke down and asked me for a favor. The word please has never sounded so sweet on someone's lips, and I can't wait to hear her whisper it. I can't allow thoughts like that. But they keep creeping in. "Do you have it?" she asks as I stroll up to the edge of the farm. She's waiting, arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Her jaw is set like she is trying to give off an air of impatience. All I can think is how I want to grab her by the throat and suck the defiance out of her, to show her just how much more fun it would be to bend to me. Or maybe I like the disobedience. I hold up 3 envelopes between my 2 fingers. "Right here, Princess." Just like the other 3 times I'd done this for her, her hands fall to her sides, her throat swallowing hard. It's the only chink in her armor, these letters, the tether to the people she cares about. I hold them out to her, not bothering to tease her. Instead, I drink in the way a smile toys at her lips, and I wish desperately that she would look that way when she sees me. "No, you don't. She's just a human." The reminder does nothing to me, though. The same way reprimanding myself daily for wasting my time coming back here doesn't. "Thank you." I don't know what possesses me to grip her chin and lift her face to look up at me, but I do. And her smile doesn't falter when her eyes meet mine. What is she doing to me? "You never have to thank me, Evelyn. What I don't tell her is that isn't all the letters. I read them first, before they come to her. I have to make sure that there is no information in there that she could glean about the base or me. I don't want anyone to tell her who or what. I really am before I find the courage to. And when I do, will she still look at me this way? With bright eyes and a soft smile? Or will she recoil at my touch? Why do I care so much that she will? 3. Never has 3 days felt so long. And yet 3 days without Evelyn has nearly destroyed me. "You're quiet." Marius's voice disrupts my thoughts. We're outside, within the glamour since Marius struggles with that, as we wait for the sun to fall. The Vraken have been working to expand the human wing as we've brought in more than they expected. Celine is oh so pleased with our work product. I don't feel as bitter about that as I expect to. I shrug. I need to feed. Do you? Marius steps in front of me so that I can no longer stare straight forward and ignore him. Or is there something else on your mind? A huge grin is plastered across his face and it makes me bristle. Like what? I snap. You've been gone a lot. I'm working. There's no reeling in my agitation. Marius doesn't recoil at the venom in my words. He doesn't even drop his ever-present smile. So am I. So tell me how we leave at the same time and you come back hours later. I bring back more humans. Marius rolls his eyes. You haven't in a week. I quirk an eyebrow, but that is the only response I give. Do you know what I think? My jaw flexes. Enlighten me. I think that you met someone. My nostrils flare, but I quickly squash that tell. Instead, I shoot both eyebrows up in question. I've met many. I bring them back here. He shakes his head, still fucking grinning. There's only one reason that a guy acts like this. Oh yeah? I shift to the side, crossing my arms and fighting the urge to huff. A girl! Panic strikes through my gut. Shut up. I stride forward, not daring a glance toward him. I'm going to feed, I call back before stepping out into the sun, knowing he won't follow. And I'm glad because I don't know what else to say to him. Except the one thing that I won't dare admit. It's true. 16. I never would have guessed that something would hold my attention for 16 nights, much less a human. So why is she the only thing on my mind? My body feels jittery and excited as I get ready to dive through the portal, my blood singing with the freshly replenished blood. I've avoided Marius since his earlier interrogation, but his words haven't left me. I know that I have to make a decision when it comes to Evelyn. I can't keep sneaking off to see her and hide it. I'm bound to be caught or for her to tell someone that I am going to show up. But would she do that? I shake my head. She's human. Her attention is fleeting, and I am wasting my time thinking otherwise. Sucking in a deep breath, I know that this needs to stop. Either I tell her the truth about my motives and I am forced with the possibility of killing her, or I tell her I won't be coming back. Either way, we are both about to be caught, and I have a bad feeling stirring in my gut. I need to protect us both from whatever is coming. As I step through the portal, I steel my spine. Keeping myself from her feels impossible, but the thought of her dying... My stomach recoils and I feel sick immediately. No, I can't have a hand in her death. Instead, I'll just have to force her from my mind until her short lifespan expires. I don't expect that to hit me as hard as it does. Still, I know I have the strength to execute what needs to be done. Or I thought I did. But then I walk up to the edge of the farm and spot her immediately, looking beautiful in the early night, and a smile plays on her lips. Just because she sees me. My breath hitches, and I know in that moment that I'm screwed. For once, I'm not going to do what's right, even if I know how poorly this can go. Because I can't stomach not having Evelyn, even in stolen moments. I won't give her a reason to reject me or be sentenced to death. As I stand there taking her in, I know that I'm creating my own personal torture by dragging this out, but for her, it's worth it.
Chapter 13. Evelyn. Life has been everything but normal for the past 2 weeks. While my days have been the same during the bright hours, the addition of a visit from Soren became almost daily. There's nothing on my mind but him from the moment I wake up to the second I slip into slumber for the night. Then it's the same thing the next day. Now, I even find myself looking forward to when he comes around. The worst thing is that I've no idea why, causing me to think there's something wrong with me. To think that at one stage, I was fending him off from the farm, only for his presence to become a regular part of my days here. Now I lay in bed, trying to relax. It's proving to be easier said than done as I toss and turn, my mind running rampant with thoughts of this mysterious man. Why is it that he's still coming back after all this time? I ask myself. He's hardly trying to get anyone to come with him anymore. It's at that moment that I realise he could be coming for one reason and one reason only. Could he be visiting just to see me? I wonder, noting how he arrives. Talks with me, then leaves soon after. No, surely not. After all, he doesn't stay as long as he used to. Maybe he got what he wanted by taking some of the others. Or maybe... One thought leads to another, igniting with me a sense of jealousy. What if he's leaving to go visit some other girls on different farms? Ugh, that better not be it. If he was doing that, then I shut myself up, annoyed at what I was thinking. What am I talking about? I'm hardly going to be bitter if he's doing that. I don't care. I sigh, running a hand over my face. I decide to talk to someone about how this is all affecting me, with the first person coming into mind being Ada. First thing tomorrow after waking up, I'd head over to her cabin and wait. How am I just realising I haven't seen her in days? I hope she's okay. Somehow, with everything that's been plaguing my mind, Ada's disappearance slipped by me entirely. It's a long night I spend trying to sleep as I continue overthinking, eventually passing out from exhaustion. I'm too busy to think about Soren, running around as I check in on the children and the sick. Only when I make sure they're all okay do I realise I haven't thought about the farm's nighttime guest in a while. My heart is for the young and the ill. That's who I need to be focusing on, I think to myself. I glance around, counting the amount of workers we have on duty. A daunting feeling comes over me when I see we now only have a fraction of the workers left. Saurin made off with over half of them, something the Dark Elves have inevitably noticed. As I tend to the Taurus in the barn, there comes a commotion from the direction of the forest. Peering my head around the corner, I watch as Dark Elves emerge from the tree lines, returning from another search party for those who left with Saurin. Judging from their empty hands and the angry looks on their faces, it wasn't a success. Part of me is glad they're back, for I've been pulling double duty for the day by taking over their job to watch for predators entering the farmland. They gave me no listening ear when I protested about already having extra work, having to do the work volume of 3 people to amend for the depleted workforce. What did they expect me to do if a predator showed up? I have no magic or weapons to ward any off. The feeling of relief doesn't last long, realising another failed search would only anger the Dark Elves further. Since people started to escape, they've been looking for outlets to take their frustration out on. In their eyes, there's no greater punching bag than a human, having always been an easy target for them. Who else are these evil minions going to blame? The Equus? I pull back the sleeve on my right arm, looking at the bruises I got earlier for intervening in an altercation between a dark elf and a human accused of helping others escape. With no one else to turn to, the remaining people still on the farm look to me for protection, but even I have my limits. I glance toward a man working the crop fields, brandishing a head bandage courtesy of a beating inflicted upon him by the elves. Sighing, I carry on with my work, knowing I don't have any other choice but to accept this is the way things are going to be now. There is nothing I can do but suck it up. All of this can only be put on one person. Soren. Because of him, we're beginning to suffer more than ever before just for choosing not to run away. I carry out the rest of my duties with such concentration and anger that I hardly notice the sun going down. I'm in the midst of piling up stacks of sweetgrass when Saurin approaches me from behind. He startles me by laying a hand on my shoulder. I spin around, only now noticing the darkened sky behind him. Without hesitation, I pull him into the shadows of the barn before peering outside, checking to make sure we're out of sight from the overseer's lodge. "What's gotten into you?" asks a surprised Saurin. "Is something wrong?" "Are you serious?" I think about his stupid question. I turn back to him. Blazes of fury lit in my eyes as I stare him down like a predator about to pounce. "Of course something's wrong. Are you an idiot or something? These dark elves are cracking down on the workers harder than ever," I hiss. "Why? Why do you think?" Before Soren can reply, there comes the sudden sound of approaching footsteps. Goosebumps crawl up my arm, as if 100 insects scurry beneath my skin upon hearing that they're too heavy to belong to a human. I shove Soren into one of the enclosures. "Hide! Someone's coming!" Just then, a dark elf by the name of Larius appears in the large opening of the barn entrance. He towers high above me as he peers down his nose. Hanging on his hip is a baton, though it's the least dangerous of the brutal tactics he has at his disposal. "What's going on in here?" he asks with a booming voice. Nothing. I'm just feeding the animals before they head to sleep. I heard you talking. Is there someone here? He asks, placing a hand on his weapon. No, I snap. I just like to talk to the animals sometimes. He raises an eyebrow in suspicion. Just ever since some of the others left, escaped, it's been a bit lonely around here. I say confidently, hoping it's convincing enough. Larius shoves me aside, his eyes analysing the surroundings as he walks around. His steps are slow and menacing. He peeks his head into each of the enclosures, starting with furthest from where I've hidden Soren. As he works his way through each pen, beads of sweat cascade down my forehead, causing a sting when they seep into my eyes. The pit in my stomach deepens when I try to speak, with Larius only throwing up a hand as if to say, shut up. He comes to Soren's hiding place, where I know he'll find him. Even with the numbers advantage, us humans have no chance against a dark elf. Gulping, I take a step back, unknowingly knocking over a shovel. It lands with a loud bang, snapping Larius's gaze toward me. Shining a light just inches away from Soren's leg, he looks at me with disgust before the light dissipates. Resume your duties and get to your cabin as soon as possible. I'm heading back into the forest with the others, he snarls. Yes, of course, I mutter, confused at my stroke of luck. Larius storms out of the barn, lifting a weight of fear from my shoulders. I recline against the wall as Soren pops up from his hiding place. What was that all about? Well, ever since you started to steal people, they've been blaming us for their escape. Some of the others are being tortured. I see. Oh, you see? Really? You never thought about what might happen to us when the elves would eventually catch on to people leaving. Why don't you lead your group of rebels here to free us all? I hiss. Look, Evelyn, it isn't like that. The people I took with me are safe. I sigh. Do you have any more letters? I don't know who has been writing them, but I'm glad I taught myself to read long ago. They are what's getting me through this, and the promise of seeing Saurin. Don't worry about that. I brought... His voice comes to a cathartic halt. His eyes widen, causing me to follow their line of sight. I look to my arm, seeing the sleeve had become upturned in my rant. Exposed are the multiple bruises on my arm, causing me to cover them. Soren's brows cross in anger. His whole demeanour changes as if something takes over him. Somehow, he seems to grow, looming over me with a look of bloodlust in his eyes. Who did that to you? He growls. Is he going to fight for me? I think for a moment, feeling endeared to the notion. I can handle myself, I fume, pulling my arm away as he tries to get another look. He recoils, wearing a similar look of repugnance that Larius did. He whisks out a piece of paper from his pocket, grabbing my wrist and shoving it into my palm. We'll see about that, he spits. Before I can reply, he spins around and sprints off into the forest.
Chapter 14. Soren. I reach the top of the hill leading into the forest. I cast a final glance over my shoulder, glaring down at the farm. Scowling, I press onwards, dashing into the tree lines. Evelyn is such a fool, I think in my anger. As admirable as her defiance may be, she cannot stand to survive by herself if she lays down and takes a beating. It takes everything in me not to go back down there and rip apart the entire farm because of those bruises. But I can't expose myself. I should have let Evelyn go a long time ago. I breeze through the woods until I come to a stop near two tall white trees. I walk up to it as a foul smell hits me, poisoning the air with its stench. The sweet, rich smell of the forest becomes stained by a nearby enemy presence. Dark elves. I'd better not linger around any longer. I waste no time walking toward the Wildspawn portal. As I approach it, there appears a glimmer between the two trees with wisps of blue and purple reflecting in the moonlight. I come to a stop a few feet away, allowing the portal to take shape. The reflections become more visible, eventually taking form as a transparent circular gate. Stepping forward, the The world around me becomes a blur before returning in a matter of moments. All around me are the same trees, plants, and wildlife, only now bursting with life like it never existed before. Everything around me breathes as the air becomes light and the surfaces become soft and full. The plants move around me like they are greeting me, welcoming me home. I continue on my journey, coming to a small mound set against a tree just a few inches bigger than me. Around the side of this mound is a large hole, big enough to fit 2 fully grown vraken inside. I enter, sliding down a dusty tunnel where I spot a drop approaching. Bracing for it, I fall through, landing softly in a rocky cavern. Where on Protheka this place would have been a sandy brown all around, it was a much different story in the wild spot. The caverns boasted a dark blue glow that faded in and out, with star shapes fixated upon each surface. Orbs of magic scuttle along the ground, seemingly peering up at me, before finding a hiding spot amongst the rocks that lay around. I walk on, coming to a tunnel that glows purple. As I venture through, weaves of sparkling moss come out from the walls, wrapping around my fingers before moving on. Being back in the wild spot reinvigorated me with life as I breathed in the air, calming me ever so slightly. I duck underneath glowing red stalactites that jut out from above, at the same time having to step over stalagmites of the same color. Looking behind me, the formations imitate a set of teeth. I traverse through the tunnels and caverns for a while longer, eventually coming to an exit point. I climb out onto an open field where the base comes into view in all its glory. I begin my walk toward it. As I draw nearer to the gate, my mood quickly becomes dampened when I notice an overly eager Marius making his way over to me. I don't need this junk right now. "So, you've been busy again?" he says upon reaching my side. Agitation lances up my body and I fight the urge to snap at him. It's not Marius's fault I've grown attached to a stubborn little human. I decide not to stop, continuing my walk toward the base. Marius glues himself to my side like a parasite you can't peel off. "I see that attitude of yours hasn't really diminished." There's a brief pause as he waits for a reply that never comes. "Are you ready to tell me I was right about the girl?" "No," I mutter. "Not very friendly today, are we now?" "Marius, I'm not in the mood." I can tell that much. Catch you later." Much to my relief, Marius spins around and takes off toward the exit. As I watch him do so, I can't help but wonder if I should do the same, to go back and confront Evelyn. I can't just sit around as she lets chaos continue happening to her. But what good will it do to help someone who doesn't want to be helped? It'll only cause further conflict between us two. Shaking my head, I decide to hold off until later on, remembering I have a letter to give. Oh no! The letter! I pat down my pockets, realizing I gave it to Evelyn already. I was so caught up in my own mind that I didn't even think when I put it in her hands. Fuck, I was supposed to read it over. What am I going to do? Think Soren. And I've had to confiscate many letters that revealed too much. I couldn't have them telling Evelyn what is really happening here. Not before I managed to do so myself. She still thinks I'm human. The woman who wrote it pops into my mind, a human by the name of Ada. In our few conversations since she arrived at the base a few days ago, she mentioned how Evelyn was her best friend and longed for her to come here. I deem that being her friend makes Ada trustworthy, and so I head to her quarters in search of her help. Lividness takes over me as I curse myself for making such a stupid mistake. Why didn't I read it over? I don't even know what it says. Listen to me, I relent. I wonder if I'm trying too hard to impress this girl I hardly know. At the same time, I know I may have just blown my one chance to get her to trust me. It wasn't like I could bring Evelyn down here to show her that her former co-workers were indeed okay. My only hope lies in Ada. I enter the base, not stopping for a moment as I continue going to her room. My heart pounds, wanting nothing more than to find out what was written in that letter. One dark thought leads to another as I imagine the dark elves pinning the blame on her for my actions. What if something horrible happens to her? It'll all be my fault, I think, sending a shiver down my spine. I push through a large set of doors, coming to a long hallway filled with rooms to house humans. It stretches on for some distance, lit up by permanent magical orbs that take their place on the ceiling. The walls glow between different colors, fading to black before adapting a new color between each transition. None of the doors have handles, opening with magic upon one's approach. I storm to Ada's room as the door swings open. Stepping inside, I glance around. I jog to the desk, hoping to find some sort of draft of the letter. Luck is as common for me as brandishing wings, causing me to pound the table with my fist. I bury my head in my hands, knowing I've screwed this entire situation. Relenting, I saunter out of the room in hopelessness. I trudge my way back through the entrance of the hallway, turning right to ascend a flight of stairs. There, I walk past a few other Rockin who keep quiet as I walk by. Retreating outside to a balcony, I shut the door behind me and lean against the wall, desperately searching within the depths of my mind for a solution. When nothing comes, I'm too drained to throw any further fits, only sinking to the ground. I close my eyes, wallowing in talk of self-shame when the door suddenly opens. Out steps Ada, seemingly relieved to have found me. "I was looking for you," I mutter. "So was I. Was that you who left that hole in my desk?" "Yeah." "What was that all about?" I shake my head, looking down between my knees at the ground. "What's wrong, Soren?" All that's on my mind now is Evelyn and what's going to happen to her, causing the contents of the letter to become nothing but a thought lost in time. "It's about your friend Evelyn," I grit out. "I went to see her tonight and—" I swallow a lump in my throat before continuing. "The elves running the farm are going insane. Evelyn had bruises on her arm that she wasn't letting me see, and I think it's all my fault." "Oh no," whispers Ada. A look of worry fills her eyes as she runs her hand over her hair. "What is it?" I ask, suddenly more afraid than ever. "I was worried this might happen." I quickly rise to my feet, grabbing Ada by the shoulders. "Worried what might happen?"
Chapter 15. Evelyn. I watch as Saurin walks away, expecting him to turn around at any point, not actually leave. There comes nothing but silence as he continues walking away, not even glancing over his shoulder as he begins the ascent up the hill. Scoffing, I turn away as he vanishes into the forest. "What's the big deal about a human woman wanting to defend herself?" I scold him, cursing his name for barely caring about how the others have been affected because of his recklessness. Instead, it seems like he just wants to be my big hero and beat up dark elves in my name. That's not something he's going to get, even if it makes me feel cared for in the moment. I look down at the crumpled paper, bringing it to a small table within the barn. Lighting a small lamp, I'm granted enough light to make out what it says. I unfold it and flatten it out. I peer closer, spotting a name at the bottom that makes my eyes widen in surprise. "Ada," I whisper, pulling the letter close to me. I've been eagerly awaiting something from her. "Hi, Evelyn. It's Ada. By now, you've more than likely noticed that I haven't been around in a few days. I've so much to explain that I don't quite know where to start, or if I even have enough paper. But let me start by telling you where I am. If she wrote this, surely she must be okay," I sigh. I don't remember what happened when we got there, but the next thing I knew was that I woke up in a brand new place. It's different, to say the least. It lives and breathes magic, from the walls to the grass and everything in between. It's both what I expected in some ways, and something else entirely in others. A bad feeling stirs in my gut. Soren was right. There's no dark elves here. But it's not just humans. There's something else living here with us, which I think Soren should be the one to tell you about. That only makes it worse. We all live in this space. Every night more humans arrive, where I hope to see you among them. Are you ever going to come? It's strange without you here, and some familiar company would be nice. Otherwise, it's intimidating at times. This doesn't sound good. This has to be the place where they were taking all the humans who disappeared. I would try to get out of here to come and tell you more, but we can't leave. The other species living here are— No, I whine, seeing the rest of the message become smudged off from the crumpling. What is going on? For a moment, I try convincing myself that it's forged, but there's just too much to prove it's real. I never told Soren about Ada, so there's no way he could use her name to manipulate me. It also explains her sudden absence. This is bad, I groan, running a hand over my hair. Beads of sweat are swept off of my forehead. What am I going to do? I recline against the wall, sinking down as I bury my head between my knees. Within me, my heart shatters to pieces, thinking that Ada could likely be dead, or something far worse, for whatever sick purposes these other creatures may have intended for humans. For the first time, hopelessness wraps its terrifying grip around me. Of all the things I've theorized in my head on where these slaves were being taken to, a whole other different realm never crossed my mind as a possibility. The use of magic alone is enough to dampen my prospects of ever finding Ada and the others. On top of that, the Dark Elves will forever continue to point the finger at me and the remaining workers. All because Saurin is selfishly taking slaves away to this place of his. Wait a minute, I think, as an idea comes to mind. I know at that exact moment what it is going to take to protect myself and the others from the unjust accusations of the elves. I'm going to tell Larius and the others about Saurin. I'll just have to bend the truth ever so slightly so that it would seem I only became aware of Saurin tonight. The thought of the Dark Elves somehow being able to find this magical portal, as well as everyone who went missing, comforts me somewhat. Yet even if they couldn't, I'm hardly going to continue lying to protect some degenerate who kidnapped my best friend. Stuffing the letter into my pocket, I grab the lamp and head back towards the cabins. There, I patiently await the return of the Dark Elves. I sit outside on a bench for what feels like hours, nervously anticipating what their response will be. The farm is mostly quiet, save for the buzzing and chirping of a few insects. That, coupled with the ambient glow of the lamp, begins inducing a need for sleep, my eyes becoming heavier than anvils. Just when I'm about to pass out from exhaustion, there comes a ruffle amongst the tree lines, awakening me. As I look up, part of me expects to see Soren, but instead, it is the Dark Elves returning from another failed search party. Standing up, I wave to them. This is my chance to save everyone from needless torture, I think to myself. Feelings of guilt arise within me at the thought of ratting Soren out, but I know he brought it on himself. "What are you doing out of your cabin?" yells an irate Larius as he approaches. "I'm so glad you've returned," I reply. "There's something urgent I have to tell you. I have information regarding the disappearing slaves." "You do?" asks Larius, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. "Speak then. Before I tell you, you must promise to stop beating on the other slaves and I." "Pfft," chuckles another elf named Dale. "And why would we do that?" "Because I have proof that none of us are responsible for their disappearance," I snap. "How dare you take that tone with me?" barks Dale, taking a step forward. Larius throws an arm in front of him. "Don't be hasty, Dale," he orders before turning his attention to me. "Need I remind you that you're in no position to make demands? Yet, if your info points us in the right direction, then we may consider your request." "All right," I nod. "I believe the slaves are being taken away by a strange man who has been coming by at night." "A man?" repeats the third elf Korgoth, "as in a human?" "Yes." The elves look at each other in bewilderment. "You mean to say a human has been taking people away from the farm?" asks Larius. "Yes, I know it sounds ridiculous, but let me explain. I first caught sight of him last night from the cabin. I didn't tell anyone because I thought I was seeing things, but then others went missing by the break of dawn." The elves look between each other, sharing baffled expressions. "He tried to come by again tonight, right after you left. He lingered near the cabins where he saw me spotting him, then he ran off into the forest. Surely he must be the one taking everyone." Larius looks at me suspiciously. The seconds of silence that pass after I tell them of Saurin fills me with dread. I pray they believe me. Just then, in a split moment, Larius raises his arm and slaps me hard across the face, sending me sprawling to the ground. "You know what I think, Dale?" "What's that?" "I think she's trying to divert the attention from her. You've been helping them get out, haven't you?" "No!" My heart pounds in my chest. "It's not me, I swear." "Liar! Grab her and bring her into the cabin." His words make me start shaking with terror. No, I'm telling the truth. What are you doing? Shut up, yells Dial, raining down a hard punch. You're going to tell us where you've been keeping everyone, then we're going to gut them one by one while you watch. I yell out for help as Dale and Korgoth take me by the arms. I lash out and kick my legs as I'm dragged to their lodge, but I know the protesting is futile. No one will dare come and fight for me as I'm hauled towards certain doom.
Chapter 16. Soren. Ada's eyes widen as my hands come down hard on her shoulders, and it takes every bit of my self-control to peel my fingers off of her. Humans are too delicate for their own good, and with as much trouble as I'm having with my emotions right now, I wouldn't be surprised if my fingers had punctured her flesh. Worried what might happen. I grind out again when Ada doesn't respond, trying to rein in my anger. The human female chews her bottom lip nervously, stepping slightly away from me at my tone. I was worried about what you saw at the farm, Ada squeaks, her back pressed flush against the rocky wall. Explain, I growl. Some small, strange part of me almost feels bad for scaring the woman the way I am right now. A few weeks ago, I would have reveled in the idea of causing a human terror like this. But now, perhaps it's her connection to Evelyn, and the strange emotions I feel for her are beginning to extend to others close to her. If that's the case, this is going to be a problem. Oblivious to my internal monologue, Ada's eyes dart around the space before meeting mine once more. Something like resolve hardens in them, and she lifts her chin, squaring her shoulders. Not here. Follow me. She turns on her heel, not giving me much time to argue before disappearing back through the doors. A muttered string of curses drops from my lips as I move to follow her. Despite her notably shorter legs, Ada moves quickly through the tunnels, taking turns as though she'd grown up here rather than being transplanted here mere days ago. I chew on my tongue as we keep moving, my sharp canines nearly drawing blood from the force. It's all I can do to keep my mouth shut until we finally reach the door to Ada's room, and she hurries inside. The hole I punched in her desk glares at me from across the room as the door snicks shut softly behind me. The second it's closed, I whirl on her. What is it that you're so worried about happening? Why could we not have this conversation on the balcony? Is Evelyn in danger? Ada blinks rapidly at the onslaught of my questions, the resolve in her eyes faltering before returning tenfold. We could not have this conversation on the balcony because I couldn't trust you not to snap and hurt someone happening by. She snaps. The worried rage that's been tumbling through me on Evelyn's behalf flares at the human's insolence, finally having a focal point within my control, and I straighten, taking a menacing step toward her. And what makes you think that I will not hurt you? Ada's face pales a shade, her bravado faltering slightly as the sharp spike of fear weaves through her scent, wrapping itself around me. To her credit, however, the female doesn't back down. Because I'm Evelyn's friend and she'd never forgive you for hurting me. Curse her, curse this mission, curse all of this. I snarl in response but say nothing. It's useless to try and refute her statement, especially when the same thought had occurred to me mere moments ago. Vindicated, some color returns to Ada's face, relief flashing in her eyes. As for your other questions, she continues, her voice softening almost imperceptibly as she primly wipes her hands on her skirt. I was worried that what you saw at the farm might happen. You've already said that, I warn, my voice dangerously low. Doesn't this human know not to try me right now? My patience is wearing thin, and with every passing second, thoughts of the harm that could befall Evelyn in my absence get harder and harder to ignore. Ada has the gall to give me a withering look, continuing on as if I hadn't spoken at all. The dark elves were already on edge before you showed up and began, well, she trails off, motioning to the room around us. There were discussions being had about the missing humans. They thought that maybe some had found ways to escape, or that there was some roaming band of vigilantes rescuing slaves from the various camps in the area. It was all they seemed to talk about. It was impossible not to overhear. "Get to the point," I bite out. "I am," Ada retorts. With their obsession with the human disappearances, the Dark Elves began to get agitated, and when they would get agitated, we would pay the price. Now, with such a large group suddenly disappearing into the night, I can imagine agitated doesn't even begin to cover it. Pieces begin to click into place in my mind as Ada continues speaking, icy fingers of dread sliding down my spine. The fact that so many of us have now slipped through their fingers is bad enough, but they know how much Evelyn cares for all of us, how close she and I are too, for all of us to disappear right under their noses, and for only her to be left behind. They will blame her, think she got all of you out somehow, and is in league with whoever is taking all of the humans. They'll think she stayed behind to help get the others out too. I finish for her, fighting to take in a breath. Panic like I've never known begins to overtake my mind, and my primal instincts start to kick in. I have to go, I have to find her. I suck in a shaky breath, trying to soothe my racing nerves. I can't go to her right now. To do so would mean revealing myself, and my kind at large, to the Dark Elves. It would mean losing my position, my life here, and perhaps even my freedom. It would mean betraying my kind and bringing the wrath of our greatest enemies down on every living Vraken. What will they do to her? She is obviously not involved. She won't be able to give them the answers they seek, I say, ignoring the slight tremor in my voice as I fight to keep control. Ada gives me a strange look, cocking her head to the side. Of course she's involved, although not in the way they might expect. She's involved with you, isn't she? Red begins to seep into the edges of my vision. I need her to work me down and off of this ledge, not push me over it. But Ada barrels forward, seemingly ignorant of the tenuous hold I have on myself. To answer your question, though, they will probably do what they always do. Which is, I grate out. Ada has the good sense to suddenly look nervous, finally catching on to my tone, and it seems like she's suddenly realizing exactly the predicament she's landed herself in. Alone, behind closed doors, with a very angry, clearly unstable apex predator. Well, what will they do? Torture her, Ada admits quietly. They'll use whatever means they have at their disposal to try and get information out of her. They'll torture her until she either gives them the information that they want, or until they decide it's a waste of time, and then they'll kill her. Whatever control I was holding over myself snaps completely as the words leave Ada's mouth. A feral snarl that has Ada scrambling backward shakes loose in my chest, and I'm moving before my mind can register what's happening. They won't touch her. I will kill all of them before they can even lay a finger on her. She is mine. The walls and tunnels of the base blur past me in interrupted streaks of colors and snatches of noise as I race out of Ada's room and toward the exit of the wild spawn. My mind moves just as quickly as my feet, racing through thoughts and images I try to shove down. What if they've already heard her? What if they've broken her? What if everything has already been revealed? What if they put all of the pieces together? What if I'm too late? What if she's already dead? Magic roils beneath my skin, threatening to break free. I can't let it out here, not in such close quarters, not with so many potential victims. But I truly don't know how much longer I can hold on. The exit to the wild spawn appears ahead of me as though I summoned it, and I push myself harder, my muscles screaming as I move at impossible speeds. I have to get to her. I have to stop this, protect her. It's my fault she's in this situation anyway. That final thought threatens to drown me, and it's all I can do to shove it away, to focus on the coastline in my mind. I drag up the feeling of the sun, the sound of waves crashing on the shore, the thick smell of brine just as I burst through the shimmering exit. The world spins around me, the magic of the wild spawn pulling taut over my skin as though birthing me back onto the surface of Protheka before snapping, pushing me back out onto the surface world. I hardly have any time to adjust to my surroundings before a new onslaught of sensations overtakes me. The farm twinkles in the surrounding night, crops swaying in the gentle evening breeze, stars winking from above. Candlelight flickers from the windows of one of the cabins, the image almost serene, if it wasn't for everything else. Fetid coils of dark elf magic crackle in the air, the scent of fear and violence emanating from the farm, distinguishable even here on the outskirts of the property. Sounds of activity and motion only perceptible to my advanced senses. Hum through the air, footsteps and voices and the scraping of tools or weapons, echoing distantly. I've never seen the farm this active at night before, and the combination of this level of activity and the conversation I just had with Ada only further pushes me to the edge. My teeth grind together so forcefully I fear they might snap, but that fear is quickly forgotten, replaced by another far more pressing fear. Fear brought on by a blood-curdling, all-too-familiar scream that shatters the relative quiet of the night.
Chapter 17. Evelyn. I sag against the restraints at my wrists, my cheek burning and tears stinging my eyes as warm, coppery blood fills my mouth. We can do this all night, Korgoth sneers, kneeling and gripping my chin, forcing my eyes back to his. I already told you everything I know, I respond thickly, blood dribbling from my lips down my chin. My right eye is already beginning to swell shut, and my mind is addled from the pain. I don't know how much longer I can do this, or how much longer my claims will hold up under the Dark Elves' ministrations. I don't think you're being entirely honest with us, Evelyn, Larius says soothingly from his position by the door. He's leaned against the doorframe casually, one foot propped up on the wall behind him as he picks his fingernails with a knife, the picture of disinterest. How cruel, how absolutely desensitized to violence must one be to bear witness to something like this and act as if it were little more than a boring conversation. I don't know what more I can say, I choke out, desperation beginning to creep into my voice. Korgoth snarls, raising his fist once again, and I flinch back from the blow that never comes. I glance up to find Larius suddenly at Korgoth's side, holding his wrist. At ease, Larius says lowly. Korgoth rips his wrist from the male's grip, clearly unhappy with his duties being interfered with, but obeys. Larius crouches before me, forcing himself into my line of sight. Tell us again what you think is happening to the humans. I hesitate. This feels like a trap, but what more can I do? I've already started down this path, and whatever regrets I have about bringing this to the overseers, changing my story or suddenly refusing to talk will only make things worse. Not just for me, but for everyone. There's a man who only visits at night. I start again, swallowing the tears and blood and bile lingering in the back of my throat, praying they can hear the earnestness in my voice. He lingers at the outskirts of the farm. I've seen him before, but I thought maybe I was just seeing things. It didn't make sense for a human to be wandering the forest unattended. But the morning after I saw him, some of the others had disappeared, and I put two and two together. He has to be the one taking them. What does the man look like? Images of Saurin flash unbidden in my mind. The way his eyes crinkle at the edges when he laughs. The way his long hair flows around his shoulders, glimmering in the moonlight. The way his lips twist in his infuriating signature scowl. Those icy, pale blue eyes as they skate over me from head to toe, not seeming to miss a thing. I don't know, I offer lamely. They can't have those pieces of him, those memories. Those are mine. You don't know? Larius repeats slowly, as if giving me the opportunity to change my answer. I shake my head, not trusting myself to speak convincingly. I may have made a mistake by bringing this to the Dark Elves, but I was truly trying to fix all of this. I can't give them too much on Soren, not without potentially putting him in harm's way, no matter what his role might be in all of this. Where is he taking the humans? I don't know, I say again, this time answering honestly. Larius leans closer to my face, the tip of his hooked grey nose nearly brushing mine. Do you know what I think, Evelyn? He asks, his voice even and measured. Dread sits like a rock in my belly as I shake my head. I think that you do know. I think that you're lying. I'm not, I cry out, pleading, but my words are quickly stifled by Larius's hand clamping down viciously over my mouth. I think, he begins again, a cruel smile twisting his lips. That you're working with whoever is taking the slaves. This man might be real or he might not, but whatever the case is, we don't need him. Because we have you. My eyes widen in terror, and I shake my head vehemently from beneath his grip, but Larius's hand still doesn't budge. Do you think we didn't notice the way you flit around the farm, making everyone else's well-being your responsibility? He sneers at me. Do you honestly expect us to believe that, after all of the time and effort you've spent caring for your weak, useless little friends, they would just disappear? That you'd let them disappear without you there to care for them? The gravity of my mistake, of what Larius is saying, dawns on me. Tears begin to stream down my face in earnest, my chest heaving with desperate breaths. I'm going to die here. They'll never let me leave this cabin, especially not when they realise I can't give them the information they so desperately want. No, I don't think you're telling us the truth. I think that you've been getting your little friends out, and that you know exactly where they are. I think you stayed behind on purpose to steal more of our property right out from beneath our noses. I think that you believe you're very, very clever. Larius releases his grip on my face suddenly, all but throwing my head back where it crashes against the wall. Stars dance in my vision as a strangled cry slips from between my lips. Unfortunately, my dear Evelyn, you're not clever enough. I swear I don't know where they are, I yell. But Korgoth and Dale are already moving toward me, sadistic grins twisting their faces. The word of a human means nothing to me. Larius spits as he whirls on me. Even if you aren't involved, which I highly doubt, you cannot honestly expect us to believe that a single human man, whom no one else has ever seen, not only wanders the woods and survives, but has managed to sneak dozens of humans out of the farm and the surrounding camps. Do you think that we're stupid, Evelyn? I don't have time to respond before Korgoth strikes me again, reopening the cut on my cheek and sending my blood spattering across his tunic and the floor. Darkness teases at the edges of my mind, my body desperately trying to give in to the welcome, comfortable bliss of unconsciousness. But I fight against it. If this is how they treat me when I'm awake, I can't imagine what horrors might befall me if I dare to lose consciousness, to lose my ability to even try to fight back or defend myself. That thought rolls into another, worse realization that sends ice hardening through my veins. If this is how they treat me, someone who claims to have information, what are they going to do to the rest of the slaves who refuse to try and help them with this? Who refuse to sell out anyone who might know what's happening to the missing slaves? I think we've gotten everything we can from her, Dale says as he fists his fingers into the hair at the back of my head, yanking my face up. I yelp at the sudden burst of pain from my scalp, shifting weakly against his grasp. But it's no use. The bindings hold me in place as much as his hand does. Larius makes a noise of acknowledgement at the elf as he turns away from me again, grabbing the knife he'd been toying with off of the table where he'd discarded it. I agree, he says eventually, that even measured tone returning to his voice. She's no longer of any use to us. The words settle heavily into me. No longer of any use. There's only one thing dark elves do with humans who aren't useful. Larius turns back to me, the knife glinting in the dim candlelight of the room as he points it at me. Maybe you'll be more eager to talk after some persuasion. Faster than I can react, he's on me, Dale's grip still tight in my hair as Larius drags his dagger across my arm. I swallow the scream in my throat, instead making a high, keening noise as I struggle against them, but it only drives the knife deeper into the flesh of my arm, hot blood welling around the wound immediately. Larius makes another gash beside it, cutting through the prior bruises on my arms, and this time, I can't bite back my scream. That's more like it, Korgoth laughs from beside Larius. The darkness at the edges of my mind creeps closer, sinking its claws further into me. Maybe I should just let go. Maybe I should accept this fate for what it is. In the distance, I could swear my fading mind registers Soren's voice, but I know that's not possible. No one is coming to save me. Just as the thought crosses my mind, the air around us seems to charge, Korgoth's laughter dying. The hair on the back of my neck stands up, something shifting around us that I don't quite understand. A deafening crack against the door to the cabin has the dark elves scrambling for weapons, wood splintering into the room. As the dust settles, I can't believe what it is I'm looking at. Who I'm looking at. Soren, the face that has grown so familiar to me, is twisted in feral rage, energy pouring from his skin, the very air around us crackling with energy as his eyes land on me. His icy blue gaze sweeps over me, lingering on my injuries, before turning to the dark elves. If I thought I was afraid before, I didn't know what I was talking about.
Chapter 18. Soren. The blood-curdling scream rings through the air once more. I look toward the center of the farm where it comes from, my eyes honing in on the lodge where those gray-skinned fiends live. They've got Evelyn. In that moment, my body becomes surged with an explosion of magic, causing me to feel more powerful than I ever have on Protheka soil. I'm reinvigorated, feeling like I can levitate. I rush forward to the farm, fueled by my newfound energy. "I'm coming for you, Evelyn," I yell. I may not have wings, but I have the power of magic by my side. Nothing can stop me while I'm like this. I am untouchable even by other magical beings. I speed toward the lodge, everything passing by me in a blur due to the heightened perception of my senses. Just then, I pick up the scent of blood. I close my eyes, inhaling deeply. The smell is sweet and pure, meaning it could only belong to one person in the cabin. The devils have cut her open. They will pay with blood of their own. I come to a stop just meters away from the door. Assuming a prone position, I crawl up to the wall between the door and the window. Peering my head from cover, I spot Evelyn, chained and seated in a wooden chair. One of the elves whips their head towards the window. I retract just in time to avoid detection. As I try to plan my attack, tingles start running up my arm, alerting me to the magical capabilities of each dark elf inside the cabin. "Tell us where the slaves are!" yells one of them, followed by the sound of a punch. "I don't know," moans Evelyn. There comes the sound of a slap. "If you don't tell us what we want, we can easily make things worse. You know what we're capable of." "I hope your gods drag you to Glacis," hisses Evelyn, followed by the sound of a spit. "The little wench spat her blood on me. You want it that way? Fine. Dale, grab the torture devices." I can't sit any longer while they are having their way with her. Precious seconds tick by, each one bringing her death closer. I peek my head around again, trying to get a better look at Evelyn. Gashes and lacerations line her arms, running over the previously placed bruises. Blood runs from her nose and mouth, and red marks from the dark elf's hands sit on her cheeks. The sight is almost too much for me to take, rousing within me a fresh burst of strength. This time, it is much stronger, brewing so much power that I feel as though I'm moments away from exploding. It becomes too much for me to bear, causing me to stumble against the window. I begin screaming as the elves snap their heads toward me, their eyes widening with surprise. Before they have a chance to do anything, the world around me suddenly flashes to white. There comes a boom, followed by a crash. The surroundings fade out of white, returning to their normal colors. All around us, the cabin has been demolished to smithereens. Piles of debris litter the area. Evelyn has been flung to the corner, laying on the ground, still tied to the chair. The dark elves rise to their feet and quickly regroup. Looks of shock come over their faces as they face me. Without hesitation, they begin shooting orbs of magic at me, all of which I easily dodge. I erupt into laughter, painting pictures of horror amongst their faces. "You fools!" I exclaim. "Have none of you learned? Your kind has failed to defeat me before, so tonight shall be a retelling of history." "What is that?" yells one of them. "It can't be a Vraken!" shouts another. "I thought they were a legend of old." "None of you shall live to tell the tale." I send forth a burst of magic at the leader. It hits him with such intensity that he begins gravitating into the air. Beams of white light shine from his limbs, eyes, and mouth. He then suddenly explodes, sending guts and blood flying everywhere. Some of it lands on my clothing, the taste of which only fuels me further. I rush forward too quickly for the others to notice. I get behind one and use him as a shield as the other dark elf blasts his comrade's body with magic. The one in my grip is barely breathing, and I intend to keep it that way. Baring my razor-sharp teeth, I sink them into the flesh of his neck, causing the other dark elf to scream and fall on his back. I rip the vermin's neck open, but decide not to drink from him. I hurl his body to the ground where I leave him to bleed a slow and painful death. Blood spurts from him. He throws a weak hand to his neck, but it's not enough. The blood flies high into the air before descending back down on me, feeling like a warm rain. Slowly, I walk forward to the remaining scum. He throws his hands up, begging for mercy as I now loom over him. I shoot a hand out, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. "Let me go!" he gasps, making an unwise use out of his final remaining oxygen. "What's the matter?" I laugh, grinning white teeth through a blood-stained face. "Don't you believe in fairy tales?" I plunge my teeth into his neck, getting the taste of his blood into my mouth for a split moment. Like the others, he is undeserving of a painless death. I rip the rest of his neck open, giving him the same treatment as his friend as I fling him to the ground. I then glance over to Evelyn. I rush over, realizing she's barely conscious from her wounds. "Are you okay?" I ask as I cut off her restraints. "What are you?" she murmurs. "There's no time to explain yet. We've got to get out of here." Scooping her up into my arms, I make a break for the forest. As I ascend the hill, I begin using healing magic to tend to Evelyn's wounds. She groans as the lacerations close up. Upon reaching the topmost edge of the hill, there comes a numbing sensation through my body. At that moment, I realize that I'm beginning to come down from my surge of energy. Having not utilized that much magic in a very long time, my body felt the effects of such exposure, even as strong as it is. Regardless, I keep going, not halting for one moment. With the majority of Evelyn's wounds taken care of, I focus on getting to the wild spawned portal. I venture deeper, eventually reaching a distance where I can afford to slow my pace. The elves. I told them, whispers Evelyn. "Hush. You need not say a word right now. Rest. Your body needs it." Just when I think we're in the clear, there rings a shout through the air. Casting a glance over my shoulder, I spot in the distance a group of dark elves coming from the direction of the farm. Before I can move to find cover, the one at the front of the group points right at me. No doubt they see me. I rush forward again, bobbing and weaving between trees as arrows are sent forth, raining down on us like a thunderstorm of death. Blast! I thought I killed all who saw me. There must have been more gray-skinned degenerates at the farm. I realize that by being spotted, I've just given away the fact that the Vrocken still existed. But I don't care. I would just have to deal with Raziel later on. Right now my focus was on getting Evelyn to safety. Just 100 feet away is the wild spaunt portal, the sight of which feels so far away yet so close at the same time. I tighten my grip around Evelyn, ensuring that should an arrow hit us, I would be the one to take the shot. Various fallen trees and rocks obstruct my path, causing me to feel more panicked as the dark elves relentlessly shoot more arrows at us. Just then, a blast of magic narrowly avoids my head. A slight burning sensation grazes my face as I dodge it. The Wildspawn portal is just meters away now. Reaching it, I look back at my enemies in pursuit. They come to a halt, knowing I'm about to escape their wrath. I lock eyes with the leader, exchanging looks of fury between one another. I hop into the portal, gripping Evelyn tight as I envision the base within my mind.
Chapter 19. Evelyn. Screams echo through my throbbing head as images flicker through my mind so fast that I feel like I'm going to be sick. Exploding dark elves, Soren's teeth ripping through dark elf flesh, blood everywhere, and the heat. surging heat that forced me closer to consciousness when my wounds wanted to drag me away. At first I thought it was the sweet embrace of death, but the pain that followed was too physical. I don't know what was happening to my body, but I'm almost certain it was magic entering me. My body and mind are still at war, one trying to shove me into a deep sleep I don't know I would wake from, and the other desperately wanting me to wake. And right now, with so many questions left unanswered, I'm leaning toward the latter, gritting my teeth that I can barely feel. I force myself to stir. It takes a moment for feeling to come back to my body, and once it does, I regret my decision. Pain rips through every limb, my back stiff and my head aching. My mouth is so dry that my tongue is stuck to the roof, and whatever I'm laying on is incredibly hard. Slowly, I peel my eyes open, seeing the sky above me come into view. It's still night, so that much time must not have passed, and I finally realise that I am outside. I'm on the ground. Grunting, I push myself up just enough to look around. What the fuck? The words are almost painful to get out. I have no clue where I am, but I definitely have never seen a place like this. There is no wind, but the trees still move. Branches sway, vines swing, the roots themselves shift. It's like the plants are alive. And as I think it, I swear the plants around me lean in toward me. The air is heavier here, feeling almost thick and electric. I've felt it a few times before when dark elves use their magic. It's like the atmosphere is saturated with it. And when a wind does blow, I can almost make out the shimmer of colour on it, seeing it move and weave among the plants and animals as a tangible object. I follow it, turning my head slowly, and that's when I realise that someone is kneeling not too far from me. How did I not see him initially? Probably because my hearing is shot, and my ears are so filled with dried blood, I didn't realise before. As my gaze tracks the person's body, a weird mixture of curiosity and apprehension fills me. Tall, thin, with long light brown hair. It's Soren, but he's turned almost completely away from me. And then my eyes drop to where he's hunched over the ground, and I gasp. Big mistake because he hears that. It must have been louder than my earlier words, which I'm not sure I even got out. He whips around toward me, blood dribbling down his chin. His incisors elongated past his lips. I blink, my heart rate kicking up as I take him in, dark shadows beneath his eyes, super pale, one hand still on what I realise is an animal. It appears to be a day, a hole ripped open in its neck. As I look between the animal and Saurin, blood still coating his chin and his pupils blown wide, my memories flash again in my mind, him ripping the dark elves' throats out. What's the matter? Don't you believe in fairy tales? He's not human. He's something else. Some myth or legend I do not know. And now I am in his realm. That's why it looks so different. This whole time I thought he was a human, and while I never absolutely trusted him, I thought we were building toward it. That was before Ada's note, which makes a lot more sense now. It turns out I didn't know him at all. Muffled voices and shouts draw our attention, but Soren's eyes are immediately back on me. He wipes his face on his tattered shirt. Gods, his body is as amazing as I expected, though that shouldn't be my focus right now. And he moves toward me. His lips are moving, but I don't hear him. A small part of me tells me to move back. He's clearly dangerous, but I don't feel threatened. Confused? Sure. In the dark? Absolutely. But I don't think he's going to hurt me. I still flinch when he touches the side of my face, and sadness flickers across his face. But that warm heat floods my body, and all noise comes rushing in. "You're okay," he murmurs, and I suspect it's not the first time. I promise everything is going to be okay. Before I can get a question out, though, others come rushing in. In front is a small girl with pale blonde hair looking furious, and just behind her is a massive guy with thick black hair and even bigger wings. What the actual fuck? "Soren!" The man creature roars. "What happened?" There are other humans, or I guess I don't actually know who is human at this point, and some definitely not human winged people. Their eyes are all drinking me in, and some of them are watching me in such a way that I do scurry back a little. Saurin immediately shifts his body between me and the crowding people. Fuck, don't these people sleep? "We heard the shouts. The winged man is really mad. There are dark elves near the portal." Somehow the small woman looks even angrier. And you're covered in blood! Did they see you? My head is spinning. Did the dark elves see him? He ripped them to fucking shreds, but I don't supply this information as I look at Soren. I've never seen him like this, obviously drained. His face hardens in a way that is foreign to me. Well, if I fucking knew there were more, I wouldn't have left any alive. He throws his hands up, his body leaning forward, and my confusion melts for a moment. Can they not see how he's trembling from so much exertion? They saw you. The trees recoil at the winged one's voice. Raziel. The little woman puts her hand on Raziel's chest. No, Celine, he fucking endangered all of us. Do you know how long it took us to set this up? How many years have you just wasted? Raziel, he clearly fucked us. He fucked all of us because now the dark elves are snooping around places they have never noticed and might find us all here. Saurin isn't even answering. He's leaned to the side, his hand catching him, and something in me tells me he doesn't have the energy. Between the way he fought those dark elves, and I have to assume it was his magic healing me, I don't know how he is upright. No matter what he is, he doesn't deserve this. I don't have to know what is going on to know that I won't let them berate him like this. I've always been known to be stubborn, so despite my body's protests, once I decide to climb to my feet, I find my way there. Swaying and dizzy, I stay up, stepping around Soren, who jumps up, grabbing at me. Evelyn! No. I touch his shoulder, shivering at just how cold he is. You don't deserve this. No, you don't understand. I don't bother to try, though, as I spin around, glaring at Raziel, who looks even more massive now that I am standing in front of him. Holy moors. You don't understand, I snarl, my eyes bouncing between Raziel and Celine. I am assuming from the way they came charging out here that one, if not both of them, is the leader. Soren did not put you in danger. He saved my life. You want to give him crap for alerting the Dark Elves? They already knew something was up. You think humans can just disappear in the middle of the night and no one gives a fuck? I twist back to look at him. He knew that I wasn't safe and tried to get me to come here. But I was stupid and stubborn, and instead of letting me die, he saved me. Anger flares in me, and I jerk back around to glare at Raziel. And for the record, he did think he killed all of them. He wasn't trying to expose this place. I cross my arms over my chest, giving him my fiercest look. So if you want to be pissed at someone, be pissed at me. He did this for me, so I wouldn't be punished for his actions. And I'm not going to let him be penalised for something out of his control now. I expect one of them to snap back at me, but silence has fallen over the small crowd. Instead of answering me, Celine twists, looking up at Raziel, who nods silently. I nearly shout at them again, growing flustered at the constant confusion I'm facing, but I manage to bite my tongue. But then Celine tilts her head, and Raziel nods again, and I groan before turning towards Soren. I really do not fucking get this place.
Chapter 20. Soren. My throat fucking burns and my body is dying to finish off the day on the ground, but I force my body to stay upright. I'm more interested in the way that Celine and Raziel are regarding each other. Everyone is watching the silent conversation, and I'm shocked by the way my chest tightens as I take it in. I'm pretty sure I know what they are thinking. The only reason that would stop their anger is one that I have been trying vehemently to ignore. It can't be, can it? But then Raziel lifts his head, his gaze falling heavy on me. Soren. There's so much authority in his voice that I can't deny how heavy his next question is. You went there just for her? I can hear the question ringing out behind it, and I gulp. I could lie. I could say that I was looking for the fight, that I didn't think I would get caught. Maybe a few weeks ago I would have, valuing my reputation too much. Even if I did, though, I think they would see the lie for what it is. And I honestly don't have it in me to even pretend like I didn't go to that farm in a panic to save Evelyn. There is no use in it. Yes. My voice is deep, a soft rumble as I take a step forward until my shoulder is nearly touching hers. I went back to the farm because I thought she was in danger. In fact, holy first, I might be an idiot for what I'm about to say. I went back to the farm multiple times after she declined to come with me. I spent my free nights there, and I exposed myself for her, despite the consequences. Raziel nods, and without even looking back at her mate, Celine steps forward. Her expression is neutral as she looks from Evelyn to me. In that case, there will be no repercussions for this. I see Evelyn look to me, obviously not expecting that. She doesn't know what all that means, though. But Raziel blows that wide open quickly. For a potential mate, we will do damage control. Normally, we'd kill you. He shrugs, even as Evelyn tenses. But this time, we'll send some scouts and see if we can't clean this up, yeah? Celine looks behind her, spotting Marius immediately. I've seen him watching me with an irritating smirk the whole time. Marius? Can you take Devril and Lucian with you through the portal to see how many there are? Be fast before the sun comes up. Marius nods, but just as he turns, breaking away from the crowd, Evelyn takes a step forward. Wait! He does, turning toward her with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I shift closer to her, even though I know that Marius would never hurt her. Yes? Evelyn's eyes bounce between Celine, Raziel, and Marius, but she sucks in a deep breath, hardening her features. When she speaks again, it's the voice I recognize. The woman in charge who bows to no one. There are some humans still at the farm. Can one of you bring them here? Just tell them that Evelyn is waiting for them, and they will come. Marius looks to Raziel, who nods, and then he gives Evelyn a bright smile. Of course. She sags back into me, and I wrap an arm around her. Raziel doesn't even wait for the scouts to leave, though, before raising his voice so everyone can hear him. The sun is coming up soon, he shouts. It's been an eventful night, so everyone, go back to your quarters. We'll reconvene at sundown. Sundown? Evelyn murmurs as everyone starts to disperse. Some of us can't be out in the sun, I murmur as I slide my hand so that it rests on her lower back. It's not lost on me that Celine didn't offer to take her to the human quarters. They must expect her to come with me. Not that I mind. Can you? Evelyn's eyes are bright, and she hardly looks tired. I'm barely going as I drag us along to the halls. Yes, not for a full day, but I have enough strength for a few hours. Her face screws up at that, and I know more questions are coming. Some I won't know how to answer. I wanted to tell her about me for some time, and I am relieved that she's not terrified or resentful. But I'm still worried I'll scare her away. So you have magic? I nod. And you drink blood? I try not to grimace as I nod again. Exclusively? I grit my teeth as I nod yet again. She hums softly to herself as I stop at the end of a corridor, pushing open the door. Once we are inside, she whirls on me, her eyes scrutinizing me in a way I didn't expect. What are you? I run my hand through my hair. A Vraken. I stalk across my room to the adjoining washroom. There is a spring that runs beneath the base, and each room has been tapped, so there is direct access to the flowing water. Scrubbing my face and skin clean, I try to collect myself as I contemplate what I am going to tell her. I really should have hunted before coming back inside, but I was more worried about Evelyn, and I don't think I would have been able to withstand the sun for a few minutes with how drained I am. I still don't have an answer for what I know is coming when I swing the door open. Why have you been taking humans? It's not the question I expected, but it's one that I don't want to get into just yet. Sighing, I move toward my small collection of clothes, pulling free a long black shirt, and I hold it out to her. You can wash up in there. Evelyn hesitates, but instead of pressing further, she disappears in the washroom. I heave another sigh as I sink onto the edge of the bed, trying to figure out how I'm going to put this in the right terms for her. I was once human, but after I was filled with venom and nearly died, I became a Vraken. We drink blood, and are sensitive to the sun, and are the dark elves' counterpart before we went beneath the surface and everyone forgot us doesn't feel quite right. The door creaks open and I look up to see Evelyn emerging in my shirt. My mouth goes dry and my jaw drops open slightly as I take her in, wrapped in my clothes and her legs exposed. Immediately I want nothing more than to sink my teeth into her, to fill her with the very essence of me. But I have to shake that off. Not yet. Instead, I clear my throat and decide to assuage her fears. I really am trying to help humans. We offer them refuge from the dark elves in exchange for information and a small army. We want to fight them for control of the surface, where we once lived. Where do you live now? I can barely think as she comes closer. Well, most of us live below ground. We have since the beginning of Protheka. She comes to the side of the bed, and I am trembling, barely able to catch my breath. I'm not sure if it's from holding back when she looks this good or if it's from the day. Probably a combination of both. But I'm at my wit's end. But she doesn't climb onto the mattress just yet. She turns, her eyes roaming me, and she must see how exhausted I am. Just tell me one thing. Okay. It's the scariest word I've ever uttered. Were you ever going to tell me you aren't human? I snort. Technically, I sort of am. Her eyes narrow and I drop my smirk. Yes, I was going to tell you. And I promise I can give you a whole history lesson on the Vraken later. I don't know how she'll take to learning that humans are our designed prey, and the ones that aren't drained completely are what further our race. But that is a worry for later. But first, can we get some rest? She wavers, but after her eyes roam my face again, she nods. Relief floods me. I'm already on the edge of collapsing, my magic fully depleted at this point. I turn, crossing to the other side of the bed before peeling the blankets back. I go to remove my shirt, but think better of it. Instead, I just retrieve a fresh pair of pants and another shirt. I don't mind, Evelyn says as I touch my shirt again, and I turn to her. Her skin tinges pink. If you don't sleep with the shirt or whatever, I don't mind. I nod slowly, and without breaking eye contact, I pull the fabric over my head. Pride flushes through me as her eyes widen and I fight a grin. I kick the pants off too, only in my undershorts now. Evelyn licks her lips slowly and I drop the clothes in my hands, moving back to the bed. Her eyes follow me the whole time and I fight to calm my body down. She doesn't even realize what she's doing, I'm sure. My brain is screaming for her, and that's all I can think of right now. Are you sure you don't mind sleeping here with me? I don't mind. I nod, gulping hard as I slide between the blankets. She shifts closer, and as she moves, her scent hits me. She's driving me crazy, and as much as I need rest, all I can think is her. I need her. How am I going to get through this?
Chapter 21. Evelyn, it's so dark in here I'm not sure I opened my eyes. But after I blink a few times, I realise that I'm awake, but there are no windows or candles in the room. It's something I didn't notice before. But the light must be magic powered on the ceiling somewhere. I hardly remember it going out. My second thought is that I have no idea how much time has passed. We were supposed to meet at sundown, but with how exhausted we are, I fear we missed it. I think about turning to wake Soren, but my body is so sore and stiff that I'm not ready to move yet. Plus it's so warm that I just want to snuggle into the bed closer. It's not until I lean closer into the heat that I realise it's not the bed. It's Soren. His arm is wrapped around my waist, and I tip my head back against his shoulder. His soft breath tickles my cheek, and I don't think he's yet awake. Maybe I should wake him, but I decide to relish in this feeling. My attraction to Soren was immediate, and over time, he earned my trust. There was always something keeping me from him, though. This feeling that he was hiding something from me that lingered in the back of my mind. And now that I know what it is, My emotions unloaded on me like a waterfall last night. I still don't entirely understand what a Vraken is. He was once human. He drinks blood. He has magic. Nor do I understand where I am, though I do hope he will give me a tour so I can better watch the weird plants that seem to be alive. But beyond that, the last walls that kept me from fully trusting Soren crumbled. He risked his own death to save my life, nearly killing himself in the process. And he stood in front of everyone and confessed he did it for me. How can I deny how I feel for him any longer? Gods, I've been falling for him for a while. And then there was the word that I heard them say last night, or was it this morning? Mate. I don't think I'm ready to go there yet. But it does bring a smile to my face as I sink against his hard body, loving the feeling of being in his embrace. Here, in this dark room with Saurin draped around me, is the first time I've ever known peace. And I don't want to let that go. Saurin shifts against me, and I still, worrying I've disturbed him, but his movements are slow, and I'm almost certain he is just moving in his sleep. Only it leaves his mouth nearly pressed to my neck as he readjusts his position. The heat of his breath sends a thrill down my spine, and I probably shouldn't, but I tilt my head farther to the side to expose my neck to him. I swear his lips brush across my skin, and a shiver rushes through me. It must jostle him because his arm tightens around my waist. My heart starts to pound, but I don't move. I am enjoying the feeling of his lips against my skin too much. But then something scrapes along the delicate skin, sending a bloom of heat through my stomach. Again he does it, and I realise it's his teeth. He's dragging them along my skin, and as the pressure increases, I don't manage to keep quiet. Oh! The sound escapes me before I can stop it, a mixture of surprise and a moan that I'm not quite proud of. But it's enough to wake Soren. He immediately jerks back, his heat vanishing into thin air, though I can still feel his body near me. Evelyn, he murmurs. His fingers brush along the place his teeth just were. Holy first, I am so sorry. Did I hurt you? No, I stutter out, my thighs rubbing together as I try to diminish the fire he lit through me. No, I'm okay. He strokes over the spot a few more times before he seems satisfied. I twist, trying to see him, but I can't make out much in the dark. I thought... He sighs, and I roll over, my hands feeling their way up his chest. I thought I bit you. I wasn't quite within my right mind. I feel more than see him run his hands through his hair. It's the first time we've been this close, but he doesn't seem to mind. I press a little closer, and he stiffens. I'm okay. I can't see you, though. Instantly, dim lighting pulses along the ceiling, and his features are cast in a soft glow. Looking up, I see that there are quartz along the stone structure that are glowing with his magic. I can see in the dark. I forgot that you might need the light. He grins at me, but the shadows beneath his eyes are really dark, and his lips are super pale. Hesitantly, I reach up to touch them, and instantly, his elongated teeth snap down. I don't pull back from him, and he catches my wrist, slowly lifting my wrist away with a shaky breath. Are you okay? I murmur. He looks sick. I just need to feed. That day didn't get anywhere close to replenishing what I need. I struggle to take my gaze off his mouth as I lick my lips. My wrist is still trapped in his hand, and my body is so tuned into everywhere that he is touching me, it leaves room for little thought. What bit of my brain is functioning just keeps replaying the feeling of his teeth scraping along my skin. Do you feed? My blood is thrumming hard, and not because of fear. Do you ever feed on humans? He leans in close, and my eyes flick up to meet his icy blue ones. I can barely breathe, my heart is pounding so fast. I was designed to. His voice is deep, husky, and desire cools in my stomach. Humans are our perfect prey. To feed us or become us. The air between us is so charged I fear to move. But I rarely get to. Last week was my first time in 400 years. I blink slowly, shocked but too entranced in him to really register it. 400 years? A dangerously beautiful smile graces his lips. What? You didn't think I was that old? I should have guessed, I tease back, but there's no humour in my voice. Only old men are as much of a know-it-all as you. He pressed my wrist, still trapped in his grasp, to his chest. I'm hurt, but I don't think he is. I think he's as aroused as I am, and before I can think better of it, a question falls off my lips. What if you fed off of me? Did I just invite him to kill me? Evelyn. It's been a while, but that's a little extreme. This snaps the tension. He drops my hand, jerking back as he shakes his head, but the desperation on his face tells me that he's thought it too. I couldn't do that to you. It can be hard to stop, and I don't want to hurt you. I grab the back of his head, stopping his words. For some reason, I don't think he will hurt me. He would find every way to protect me, and he looks so awful, and I want his mouth on me so bad that I am willing to risk it. I want you to. I swallow hard. I want your mouth on me, Soren. His chest heaves. Do you understand what you're asking me? For him to drink my blood? For me to be put in such a vulnerable position so that I can't get a slight bit of intimacy from the guy I can't get off my mind? Oddly, I'm okay with it. Yes. I roll onto my back, tugging him toward me until he's hovering over my body. I tilt my head to the side, exposing my neck. At risk of sounding like a complete idiot, I add, I want to see you come to life because of my blood.
Chapter 22. Soren. Evelyn's breathing becomes deeper as she slips into slumber, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath she takes. I look at her in disbelief, having never shared such an experience with anyone else like the one we just had. Never in my 400 years did I think a human could make me feel like that. I could have kept going non-stop if she didn't need any rest. In this moment, I feel more alive than ever before, even more so than when I was rescuing Evelyn. I watch her as she sleeps, having never seen her so at peace before. Then again, she was living under captivity this entire time. I realize she makes me feel things I've never felt in all of my life. She's so much more to me than lovemaking. As I run my eyes and hands over her body, I decide to confront something in my mind that I've continuously kept at bay. I know now why I was so desperate to impress you. I've wanted to make you mine all along. I wonder how she'd react if I asked her to be my mate, as well as the reactions of others. Raziel is the only Vrakin to have brought back a mate into our coven. Celine is a human, making me ponder on what that might mean for Evelyn. Should she accept my proposal? Could she be welcomed into the base in the same manner? One thing is for certain. There's no one else I'd rather have as my mate. Judging from the way she made love to me, I assume she wants me to herself too, a thought that causes me to laugh. As I run my hand over her face, she snuggles into it, making me feel weak. I never once anticipated catching feelings like this for a human. All this time, the thought of it filled me with disgust. It had been to the point where I thought of Raziel as nothing more than a fool for taking Celine in as his mate. Now I couldn't imagine letting Evelyn go. I fought to save her life, risking my own to go in solo and kill her torturers. I even put the existence of my own species at jeopardy for exposing myself the way I did. That's something I'm still going to have to deal with later on. I lay my head down on the pillow, pulling the blanket over Evelyn and me. In her sleep, she shifts her body closer, draping her leg over mine. Using my chest as a pillow, she falls deeper into unconsciousness. Full of energy from her lovemaking, I am too restless to sleep. Instead, I close my eyes, laying there for a while as I bask in the embrace of my feelings for this girl. Just under half an hour later, she slowly bats her eyes open, bringing them up to meet mine. I brush her caramel hair behind her ear, revealing her dazzling smile. She then sits up, extending her arms out in a stretch. "Are you hungry?" I ask. "Yeah," she groans, rubbing her eyes. "Wait, I don't have to eat, you know." "No," I chuckle. "We don't expect humans here to feed the same way we Vrakin do." "Okay, good," she replies, breathing a sigh of relief. "Have you ever cooked human food before?" "I cannot remember." "Maybe I can show you?" she suggests playfully. There's a human kitchen downstairs. Let's get dressed and head down there. After throwing on some clothes, she takes my hand as I lead her to the human kitchen. I swing the door open, revealing a fully equipped room with all the pots, pans, and utensils familiar to her kind. Letting her hand go, she walks forward, glancing around in awe. The kitchen is matte black in color, with a long island running through its center. A few tables and chairs lay around. Hung around was cooking equipment. Drawers and pull-out cabinets revealed smaller utensils. She sifted through everything, discovering tools she never knew existed. This is... wow. We wanted humans to feel as close to home as possible, I explain. So you were going to show me how to cook? That's right, she beams. Where do you keep ingredients? In the compartment behind you. If you're looking for chilled items, they're in the trunk beside it. All of these look so fresh, she says, sorting through the various foods. From the compartment, she pulled out a basket of Gallus eggs. I'm going to show you how to boil one of these. All right, I mutter, wondering why a human would eat such a thing. She instructs me to put a pot of water on the boil. As we wait for it to heat up, she takes a seat beside me at a table. So, could you answer a few of those questions now? I chuckle. Sure. I nudge her shoulder with mine. I bet you never thought you'd land an interview with the Vraken. So, you have magic. I nod. And you're really strong. I nod again. Do you live a long time like dark elves? We are truly immortal. We cannot die at the hands of any living being. Only a god could smite us. However, we're still capable of feeling pain. We can be starved, beaten, and we do get damaged by the sunlight. Just then, the water comes to a boil. Evelyn grabs my wrist, dragging me over to the pot where she pours some salt in. Why are you doing that? I'm sure salted water doesn't taste good, I remark. You'll be surprised, she says, causing me to grimace. I'm kidding. It'll help the eggs solidify quicker. I watch in amusement as she throws the egg in. She cocks her head, thinking again. I expect more questions about how Vraken came about or the fact that we've been on this planet unbeknownst to her. Instead, she asks, How did you become a Vraken? You said you were 400 years old. The memories are still so clear in my mind despite being almost half a millennium ago, as though it all happened yesterday. I was born a human during the beginning wars of Protheka, I recall, as a measly child who was always falling ill. To my parents, I was nothing more than a waste of space, and so they tossed me to the Vraken and ran away. I'm so sorry. I was kept as a human for a long time, aging naturally until I reached around 28 or so. When the time came, I was put through a trial known as the Change. I thought I was going to die, truth be told, yet here I stand. That explains why you look that age, remarks Evelyn. Yes, but we all look around the same age. Most of us were made around the same time before we all went underground. Again, I expect her to want more of a history lesson, but instead, she asks, What was it like to live underground? Peaceful in a way. It was always dark, but rarely was there trouble. Dark elves used to try invading, but they were never successful. Eventually, they stopped trying. Since then, we haven't engaged the elves in combat for a long time, though that could soon change because of my mistake. I see that. That Raziel guy doesn't seem like someone you want to piss off. Just then, water boils over the edge of the pot, causing Evelyn to rush over to it. She moves the pot from the stove, cursing. Shoot! Well, it's done if you want to try it. She opens the egg with a spoon, then peels off the shell bit by bit. I'm relieved to see one doesn't consume that part. I take it in my hand, cautiously taking a bite. Evelyn laughs when I spit it out in disgust. Are you ready? Asks Evelyn. It's not like I have a choice. Come on then, let's get this over with. I open the doors, stepping through into a large room. Throne-like chairs are arranged in a circle in its center, two of which are occupied by Raziel and Celine. Evelyn enters behind me, glancing around the room in wonder. Welcome. Have a seat, says the winged Vraken. I take the seat across from them as Evelyn sits beside me. She sits facing as I confront Raziel head-on. He looks back at me with a stern look written on his face. An inquisitive look comes within the flicker of his penetrative gaze as it levels with mine. He then shifts upright in his chair, perhaps to signal to me that he's the superior of Vraken. "The verdict has been decided," he declares with a booming voice. "In light of the exposure of our kind as a result of your reckless actions, we're offering you a choice. In order for both you and Evelyn to stay on the base, Evelyn is to prove her allegiance to us by completing a trial against the Dark Elves." "What?" I yell, pounding my fist down on the armrest. "Silence!" Raziel barks, leaning close to his mate as his wings curve around her. Then he nods to her. Celine stands strong and silent through it all, waiting for us to settle. She is then to become a Vraken. The news is too much for me to take at once. A trial? A transformation? No way was I going to allow that to happen.
Chapter 23. Evelyn. A trial? I'm not sure what that means, but when my eyes dart to Soren to see if he does, I notice how rigid he is. His jaw is locked and rage lines his features as he balls and flexes his fists, and I'm not the only one that notices it. Raziel's wings flare a little as he levels a glare at Soren, a challenge dancing in his eyes. I don't understand the silent standoff, and Celine tries to break the tension, shifting slightly in front of her mate. Initially, Evelyn chose not to be a part of our movement, which was her choice to make. Celine shoots me an apologetic look. To be a part of the coven, we have to know that she will put the Vraken first. "She will," Saurin snarls. Raziel bristles, leaning forward, and Celine nudges him back with a shoulder. "She must first prove it. We can't risk everyone's lives on your word, especially if we have definitive proof that Evelyn has acted otherwise." Soren opens his mouth, but before he can say anything, Raziel's eyes shoot toward me. I fight to keep my chin lifted under his intense gaze. "Tell me, Evelyn." A slight smirk plays on his lips and my heart pounds. "Why was it that the Dark Elves attacked you?" I gulp, and Soren shifts toward me. "Why is that relevant?" I press a hand to his back, trying to soothe him. "He's right," I murmur. Then louder, I confess. I feared what was happening to the humans that were disappearing, and I told the Dark Elves. A soft murmur runs through the crowd, and Raziel's lips curl up into a full smile. Point proven. Precisely. "We can't risk exposure," Celine says over the din of the crowd. "If Evelyn can complete her trial, she is worthy of being a part of our coven, and she will be subjected to the change." I swear I hear one of Soren's teeth crack from how hard he's gritting them. "You're not a Vraken," he spits, glaring fiercely at Celine. "You were allowed to remain human." She shakes her head. I wasn't given the option either. "She was required to stay human. It was part of her trial. She's more useful this way." Raziel's hand comes up to grip her hip. "As you remember, I am sure." My eyebrows shoot up, and I glance at Soren. He was there when Celine went through her trial. Is that why he is so anxious for me to go through the process? I can't help but wonder what she went through. Evelyn would be more useful as a human too. Celine is able to reassure the humans we bring back here. But Evelyn is a great leader. They trust her, and she could bring more recruits back than I could. Some of them can tell that I am not quite human. He shoots me a glance, and I give a hesitant nod. I didn't trust a man that was able to walk into our farm freely. It seemed off for human behaviour to willingly approach others. "This is different." Raziel's anger is starting to grow if the hardness of his eyes is any indication. "Celine was the first human to encounter the Vraken in centuries. We now have plenty of humans." His eyes shift back to me. "What we need are proven allegiances." Soren takes a step forward, baring his teeth. "Is mine not enough?" "No." Raziel leans forward, and for a moment I'm not positive they won't attack each other. Even with Celine actively trying to calm Raziel, nothing is pulling their attention from each other. I run my hand down Soren's arm, intertwining his fingers with mine as I tug on him. He doesn't look at me, nor does his posture relax. But he does move closer to me, no longer looking as if he is going to launch himself forward. "We all fought hard for our freedom," Raziel says much more calmly. The anger is simmering beneath his words, but it's not a full-blown shout any longer, both in the wars against the Dark Elves and in the years we all spent below ground. This is our first time since the beginning of Protheka that we have been on the surface, and that freedom has been jeopardized. Soren opens his mouth, but I jerk hard on his arm. I want to hear Raziel out. It's only fair that Evelyn is prepared to become a Vraken, so that she may defend the safety that she has thwarted, and she must show that she will protect our kind at all costs with her trial. The air is thick, Raziel standing impossibly taller as his gaze sweeps not just over us, but everyone else too. If she is not willing to become a Vraken, then the two of you will face harsher consequences. Soren swallows hard, to my surprise. He's told me that Vraken can't die. They can be tortured and driven out of their mind, but their body regenerates too quickly for anything to kill them besides a god, which makes me nervous. If there is some threat that has made him fall silent, I don't want to know what it is. Even without the possibility of punishment hanging over us, though, I want to be here. I've finally realised just how far I've fallen for Saurin without the secrets and danger standing between us, and I'm happier here than I ever have been anywhere else. Besides that, I've always been a caregiver. I put others first and try to protect them, and the fact that I've put everyone else in danger because of my decisions isn't something that I can stand. "Raziel," Soren rasps, but I don't let him finish. I pull his arm so he will look at me and shake my head. "This is my decision," I say softly, "and I want to do it, for you, the Coven, and me." Soren blinks slowly, so many emotions worrying in his eyes before he reaches up to cup my face with his free hand. "Evelyn, you don't understand what all is at risk here. We have to find another way." "There is no other way." I pull my fingers free of his and grip the wrist of the hand cupping my face. "You have to see that now. Why do you not think I am capable of this?" He squeezes his eyes closed, shaking his head. "It's not that I don't think you are capable enough. I don't want to risk it. Most humans don't survive the change. But you did." He stops, his icy blue eyes widening softly. "Not for the first time. I wonder what they looked like when he was human. How much of him has changed. What will I look like if I survive?" He huffs a breath. "I did." I take half a step away from him, looking at Raziel. "You were once human." He nods, "one of the first to change." Turning to the others gathered, I ask, "And you were all once human?" Small murmurs of agreement rumble through the crowd, and I turn back to Soren, cupping his jaw. "I know you are afraid I won't make it, but I believe I will. Most people wouldn't have withstood what I did, and you can argue that not everyone survives the change, but I have plenty of proof around me that some do." "Evelyn, no, you can't decide this for me. I know you don't want it, and that's fine. But to me, this is where I want to be, by your side and fighting alongside your coven. I want them as my coven." "Princess." He reaches up to brush loose hair out of my face. "What will I do if I lose you because of it?" I smile at him. "Soren, this world has tried hard to rip my life away from me. Your bite will not be the thing that finishes me." He swallows hard, and before he can lose the tentative conviction I see forming in his expression, I turn toward Raziel and Celine. I'm surprised by how their features have softened, Raziel clutching onto his mate. Celine says she wasn't given a choice, but I wonder what she would pick if she had been. To me, there is no choice. I want Soren, for as long as I can have him. With eternity as an option, why wouldn't I take it? Maybe one day I'll ask her what she'd pick, what her trial was like. She made it through hers, and I see a twin flame in her that I feel within myself. A strength that few people possess and most discount. Pushing my shoulders back and lifting my head high, I keep my voice strong. What's my trial?
Chapter 24. Soren. Evelyn is beautiful. Even when I am consumed with fear and anger, I can't help but marvel at her strength, her fierceness. Few others could stand before a group of Rakan and demand to be through a trial and the difficulties of the change. But my girl doesn't back down from a challenge. It's one of the many reasons that I fell for her. I refuse to undermine her, respecting her too much, so I keep my mouth shut as she turns to look at Celine and Raziel. Her words and our display of affection have affected them. Raziel has pulled Celine tight against her, and I can see the hesitancy in her features. She must be remembering how difficult it was for her when the council attacked her. Her screams as she was bitten fill my ears, and I clench my fists, breathing deeply to keep my calm. I have to remind myself that it will be different with Evelyn. It will be my bite, my venom, and I won't let it hurt her. I'll numb her and bring her to new heights of pleasure so that she never has to feel an ounce of pain. But that doesn't mean she'll make it. What's my trial? Evelyn's steely voice cuts through my mind. There is a necklace in the Dark Elf's possession that we want back. Heat surges through my body at the thought of her going anywhere near the Dark Elves, but I don't speak out. My body trembles with the effort to hold my words back. I recognize the test for what it is instantly. They want to let her around the Dark Elves to see if she will tell them of the Wildspawn base. And if she does, there will be Vraken on their side of the portal, ready to slaughter any soldier that dares to come near. It would be a massacre, but I know that Evelyn will not turn her back on us. She's loyal to a fault, and she has never once lied to me. Her previous reaction was born from fear and secrets, but now that she has been to the base and seen what we do, she is fiercely loyal to the Coven. But they don't yet return the sentiment to her. You must infiltrate the estate and find the necklace. No! The words erupt out of me before I can help. To get a necklace is one thing. To infiltrate an estate teeming with dark elves puts her in far more danger than I will allow. Before Raziel can respond, Evelyn spins toward me, pressing her palm to my chest. Soren, I can do this. I grit my teeth. It's too far. I've been through worse. That stirs up too many emotions for me to process, and I can't speak through the lump that has formed in my throat as she turns back to Raziel. What does the necklace look like? Evelyn asks, steering the conversation back on track. A drop of blood on a silver chain. Soren will take you to the edge of the estate tonight when most of the staff should be asleep. All you have to do is get in, get the necklace, and get out. She nods. Get in, get the necklace, get out. She shrugs one shoulder, and it eases the tension in me a little. I almost smile as I take her in, always in awe of her. How is she so calm right now? I can do that. Raziel gives her a sharp nod and Celine smiles encouragingly. But then Raziel's eyes slide to me, his eyes narrowing. And she is to do it all alone. She's just human, I snarl, my anger getting the better of me. You know how dangerous it is for humans to be around dark elves, and she's trying to steal from them. He shrugs. If she's strong enough to be a Vraken, she can do this. My nostrils flare, and before I can think better of it, my eyes whip toward Celine. Did you escape the dark elves alone, or did you have help? She visibly shrinks in on herself, but I can't bring myself to care. I know the truth. I remember learning with the others how Raziel had lost his little human in this very Wildspawn. She made it back to her dark elf master, who tortured her until he swept in and saved her. That wasn't her trial, Raziel snaps, wings curling around his mate. These dark elves should not even know Evelyn was there. And if they figure it out? My magic is starting to swirl in my veins. I haven't lost control over it, besides the night I saved Evelyn since I was newly made. Then she will have to outsmart them, a key component of being a Vraken, don't you think? I'm seething at this point, about to completely lose it, when Celine pushes away from Raziel, her eyes on Evelyn instead of me. I want you to know that I did go through my own trial. It was something that Raziel could not help me with, and I'm sure that you, like me, are willing to prove yourself. We aren't trying to put you in danger, but we have to protect our people. Evelyn steps closer, taking Celine's hands. I understand that more than you know, and I am willing to undergo my own trial. Her head lifts to look at Raziel. Alone. He shifts, crossing his arms over his chest, but looking more relaxed. Evelyn turns to me, and I can already tell by her stern expression that there is nothing I can say to remedy this situation. I can do this. She takes a few steps to me, cupping the back of my head and bringing my forehead to hers. So let me. You know that I would never forgive you if you fought my battles for me. I smirk, even though anger is still clawing at my throat. I want to wrap my arms around her and get her as far away from these Vraken as I can. But sometimes, I have to face the reality that I don't want. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I pull her flush to my body. You've never made it easy on me. Don't think I'll start now, she whispers before pressing a light kiss to my lips. Her taste is like a breath of fresh air, and I just want to get lost in her. But she breaks free, spinning away before I can stop her. When do I go? Now, Raziel says. Soren will take you to the portal from here. I lean forward to thread my fingers through hers. Good luck to you, Evelyn. We hope to see you before the sunrise. You will. She turns toward me with a gorgeous smirk, and I wrap an arm around her, tucking her into my side as I lead her out of the building. The entire time, my heart hammers and my throat is dry. Everything in me is screaming to hide her, to run, to do anything to stop this, and I have to fight to keep my composure. It will be okay, Evelyn murmurs, and I twist my head to look at her. She's already watching me, looking more concerned for me than she should. I've honestly gotten away with much worse. I sigh, dragging my free hand through my hair. I just don't want to put you at risk, Princess. I like adventure. She nudges her shoulder into me as we leave the perimeter of the compound and slip into the forest. Usually I would feed before we go, but her blood still has me on such a high I don't need to. My muscles have never felt better despite how tight they seem. Don't take that from me. I kiss the top of her head. I couldn't if I tried. You're very stubborn. I spot the faint shimmer of the portal between two trees, and my eyes dart to her to see if she can make it out. But she's too busy looking all around us, taking in the swaying trees and pulsing color-changing moss. Once we get back, I want to take her on walks through the wild spawn just to see her reaction to the magic here. But for now, I tug her to a stop and suck in a deep breath. Let me hold you, I murmur. She cocks her head and I cup the back of her thigh, dragging her up my body so that her legs lock around my waist. In case you get dizzy. It's not really the case. I just want to hold her, but I'll use it as an excuse as I envision the blood drop necklace and take a step forward. Evelyn gasps, and I tighten my hold around her as we emerge on the other side, just within the forest outside a sprawling estate. It's massive, and I feel almost breathless at the thought of letting her go in there alone. There's no way she isn't going to get caught. Evelyn tries to twist out of my arms, but I grab the back of her head and crash her lips to mine. At first, she's caught off guard, but she relaxes into my hold, letting me taste her. All too soon, she breaks away from me, sliding down my body onto the ground, and I cup her jaw, leaning down so we are nose to nose. I'll be here the whole time. Shout and I can be by your side in an instant. A sad smile pulls at the corners of her lips and she shakes her head. I have to do this on my own, Soren. She presses a kiss to my lips and turns, jogging toward the estate, taking my breath and heart with her. Akeldama, please protect her. I don't think I could keep going if she wasn't here.
Chapter 25. Evelyn. I've never been a liar to myself nor anyone else when it comes to my feelings. I know who I am, as well as my true worth, never having tried to be someone I'm not. That's why I can internally admit just how scared I am as I advance upon the manor. I stoop low as I run up behind a bush. I assume a hiding position there, getting down on my knees. There rings through the air a humming of a nearby patrol guard, sending goosebumps running up my arm. He walks by, seemingly in his own world, as he looks to the darkened skies. If I'm scared out here, I'm sure going to be petrified when I'm inside the manor, if I would even make it there. Peeking over the bush, I still had a bit of distance ahead of me, yet I could see plenty of spots I could use for cover. I take a deep breath and press on. No matter what, nothing's going to stop me. I know deep down that I'm strong enough to become a full-fledged Vraken. There's no reason I have to remain loyal to the Dark Elves. For all I care, they could die and wither away, something I'd more than happily play a part in. I come now to the gate, being careful not to poke my head above hiding spots recklessly. Crouching behind a wall adjacent to the gates, mindful of the spotlights that move back and forth just ahead of me. I somehow was going to have to get past that to advance. The wall I hide behind is too high for me to climb. Think Evelyn. Just then, I hear guards talking to each other up ahead. There's only 2 voices exchanging words, causing me to guess they must be the ones controlling the spotlight. I place my hand on the ground, feeling around for a rock. It takes me a few seconds that feel more like minutes in the pitch-black shadows. Finding one that fits perfectly into my fist, I hurl it at the opposite wall. It lands with a loud bang, causing the spotlights to dart toward its position. Remaining low, I scurry through the gate undetected. As much as this trial fills me with dread as I trudge through it, I know I owe it to the Vraken to retrieve this necklace. Soren did what he did to save me, even if it was of no benefit to his kind. I put them at risk by trying to help the Dark Elves, an idea that never should have crossed my mind in the first place. Saurin effortlessly got on my nerves during my time at the farm, but I know now that his heart was always in the right place. For a bunch of bloodsuckers, the Vraken did not seem anywhere near as barbaric as the Dark Elves. I'm quietly moving up the gardens. On both sides of me are placements of white pillars and brown trees settled side by side amongst each other. There's only one guard in the vicinity here, and his back is turned to me, giving me the indication it's all clear for me to move. My footsteps are muffled by the grass. He stands a few feet away, so all I have to do is hold my breath as I move by him. A sense of momentary elation comes over me when I'm out of his perception. Looking straight ahead, the manor is just a minute's walk away. A snap of the twig beneath my foot might have just spelled my end. From the corner of my peripherals, I see the guard's head spin around towards my position. I dive behind a pillar, hoping he did not catch sight of me. It's just barely big enough to conceal me, giving me just a few seconds to adjust my body behind it as the guard comes over. If I move, even just an inch, I'll be spotted. With just a moment to spare, I inhale as deeply as I can, holding my breath just as the guard reaches the other side of the pillar. The guard's breathing comes out menacingly, more as a low growl. I feel like a prey trying not to make itself a meal for the predator stalking it. A distant light coming from the manor points this way, casting the guard's shadow around the side of the pillar. Because of its distance from us, it multiplies the elf's shadow to be so much larger than in actuality. I watch as he looks around, snarling every time he turns. He's staying so long that my lungs are begging me to take another breath, but I can't. I'm so close to passing out, clawing internally just to buy an extra few seconds. The guard then turns and goes back to his original position, blowing it off as a bird amongst the trees. Light-headed, my world temporarily fades as I take another breath. I stay there for another few moments, deeply breathing before finally advancing. I opt for the side door upon seeing the 3 guards stationed out the front. Well, I doubt knocking on the front door will work. I sneak up to the side door, taking a quick glance over my shoulder before twisting the doorknob. Slowly, I step foot inside, entering a kitchen. Strewn all across the table are dirty plates and bottles of jisk and wine. What a mess. These elves could do with a housekeeping lesson or two. On the counter are see-through containers, holding portions of human food. I look toward it as my stomach rumbles, wondering if human food will soon become a thing of the past for me. I move out of the kitchen, coming into a lounge room. There's 3 people in here, 2 dark elves with a human prostitute they're sharing. Their eyes are all focused on each other as I crouch behind the couch upon which they sit on. The sound of their moaning masks my footsteps, which are more audible on the wooden floor. I reach the door at the opposite end of the room in mere moments, allowing me to come out into a hallway. To my left, the hallway bends. I press myself against the wall, hiding in the shadow. Peeking my head around, I spot another door, followed by a set of stairs. They said I would find the study on the second floor. I'm about to move when the door suddenly opens. I retract back into the shadows as a dark elf stumbles out. From the room, there emanates a smell so putrid that makes me want to gag. Do these guys flush? The elf comes my way, causing my heart to start beating rapidly. I hug the wall, practically becoming a part of it as the elf turns the small corner, now only 3 feet away from me. He grasps the walls for support as he drags one foot over the other. Sliding his fingers across the surface, there's no way for me to hide as he touches my shoulder. I freeze when he turns to me, his heavy expression soft. In his seemingly drunken state, he strokes my cheek. You leaving so soon? I thought I was next to have you, he mumbles. The elf's eyes then close as he stumbles to the floor, much to my relief. Well, I doubt he'll remember me. I make my way up the stairs. Upon reaching the topmost step, I take cover against a wall, listening out for any others close by. From one room there comes snoring, and from another the muffled sound of love-making. How many of them are there in this house? A pair of footsteps walk the hallways here, meaning I must tread very carefully. Focus, Evelyn. The study has to be here somewhere. Just then, I hear a door opening, sounding like it's at the end of the hallway. The elf, coming out from it, has his gaze pointed at the ground, not seeing me as I catch a quick glimpse of books inside the room before he shuts the door. Bingo. He walks off in the other direction, his distant voice ringing through the air as he strikes up conversation with someone else. With the coast clear, I sneak into the room, quietly closing the door behind me. I can't believe it, I think as I look down at my shaking hands. Almost there. Turning around, I see a large study room filled with bookshelves, desks, and materials of all sorts. The place is bigger than I anticipated, almost overwhelming me. Shaking it off, I begin checking the surfaces and compartments of all desks and drawers in search of the necklace. To my initial surprise, it's nowhere to be seen. If this thing is so valuable, there's no way they'd leave it out in the open, I think before turning to the bookshelves. Perhaps it's in one of these books here. I begin rifling through each book, column by column on each bookshelf. There's so many, but I'm not about to give up, not when I'm so close. I can't imagine sauntering back to Soren only to tell him that I've failed. Where is this necklace? I glance around in exhaustion, having scanned every shelf, until I spot one more, hidden behind a bigger one. With my hope revived, I go to it. My eyes run through each cover until there sticks out a unique-looking book tucked into the corner of the bottom shelf. Picking it out, it's made of red leather. Its front cover is masked in dust. I blow it off, revealing the name Akaldama. I open it up, overcome with joy when I find a blood-drop-shaped necklace embedded into the pages. I got it! I nearly exclaim, but clamp a hand over my own mouth. But I'm not in the clear yet. I've got to get out of here. Just then, there comes the sound of footsteps approaching the door. I scramble to place the book back, but it slips from my hands. With sweaty palms, I struggle to get it in my grip, finally getting a firm hold of it. I place it back before diving for cover in between the bookshelves, just as the door to the study opens.
Chapter 26. Soren. After a few minutes of pacing back and forth, the worry within me begins to grow. I still couldn't come to terms with Raziel and Celine, trying to figure out what they were thinking. A mission such as this should have been reserved for an elite member of the Vraken, someone more advanced and experienced. Given how important this necklace is to our future, I think of them now only as fools out of their minds. It enrages me how Celine gets a free pass to stay human, as if Evelyn wouldn't have proved useful if she remained in her human state. As for Raziel, that arrogant prick, I have nothing more to say about that winged son of a gun that hasn't already been said. There was nothing more I could do about it now. Instead, my only hope is that Evelyn finds this blasted necklace and gets out of there in one piece. What's taking her so long? I mutter, looking at the manor in the distance. I can't take this any longer. I'm moving in. Using the darkness of the night as cover, I begin moving forward, sneaking effortlessly past a whistling guard. I come to the gate, watched by a pair of spotlights that glide back and forth over the entrance. Smelling Evelyn's scent nearby, I pinpoint one of her hiding spots, a wall adjacent to the gate. Making my way there, I jump over the wall with ease. I land in a garden filled with rows upon rows of pillars and trees, again smelling Evelyn's scent. I look back at the gate, impressed by whatever means she used to slip past. Without powers like mine, a human had to make use of their surroundings, paired with opportunity, and a lot of luck to bypass security like this. I move forward, approaching an oblivious guard who breathes so strangely, I almost feel sorry for him. A quick blow to the back of the head renders him unconscious. Just then, there suddenly rings out the clanging of a bell. For a moment, I think I've been detected, angry at myself for being so foolish. I ready my magic and assume a cover position behind a pillar, again picking up Evelyn's scent. When no guards come my way, I peek my head out to the manor. From it, there emerges more guards while others head in. Must be a shift change. Soon, things come to a standstill. 3 of the guards that stood upon the front entrance are now nowhere to be seen, having retreated inside. With the coast being clear, I move forward. I spot a stack of barrels beside the front entrance, choosing that as my hiding place. From here, I observe the main route up to the manor, seeing there's now less guards on duty. The sight takes a small weight off my shoulders, meaning there'll be less eyes around for when we make our escape. Dusk veils the land before me in a blanket of mist, ever slowly rising. Closing my eyes, I hone in on my advanced hearing abilities. Inside the house, there comes the echo of many footsteps, too many to pin an exact number on, coupled with the laughing and moaning of those sharing who I presume to be prostitutes. It only adds to my concern. There's way more than I expected, I think, as I break out in a nervous sweat. A drop of it runs down my back, only adding to the chill that vibrates through me at the thought of Evelyn getting found out. My magic builds up within me, feeling as though it's coming to boiling point. Should I charge inside? The waiting and not knowing gnaws at me, giving me the urge to burst in there and start blasting. Nothing could stop me from saving her life. The others would never know. Yet my honor ultimately stops me from doing so. I picture myself in her shoes, knowing that if I was in her position, I'd want to achieve the mission goal by myself. I decide to sit here and give this night to her. As I wait, the seconds crawl by like minutes. Out of nowhere, there comes a sudden noise from behind me, again causing me to think I've been caught. A ball of magic sprouts from my hand, ready to shoot as I turn. To my surprise, I see Evelyn inching around the corner of the house, having used one of the side doors to escape. A roller coaster of emotions come over me to see she made it, but there's no time to celebrate. She reaches out, grabbing my wrist before pulling me away from the manor. Together, we slip away, not yet talking until we're at a safe distance away from prying eyes. We bob and weave between walls and dive behind bushes, hiding from the remaining guards. After a painstaking few minutes, I take her in my arms and hop over a wall, far away from the manor. There, I pull her in for a hug, thankful she's out of there safe and in one piece. Only after a few seconds do I remember the purpose of the mission, retrieving the necklace. I pull back, wearing a hopeful expression on my face as I gaze into her eyes. "Please tell me you got the necklace," I whisper. Stretching a wide grin across her face, she removes the necklace from her pocket. Displayed in the air is a white sphere-shaped piece, glimmering in the light of night as if it's a part of the moon itself. The sight of it is beautiful, causing me to reach out and take it into my hands. "You did it," I mutter in disbelief. She envelops me in her arms. I feel how tense she still is from having gone on a solo mission. I run my hands over her body, pulling back to check each part of her. "Are you hurt?" I ask before handing the necklace back to her. "No," she laughs, putting it away back in her pocket. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." As she stands there looking at me with her beautiful brown eyes, I'm suddenly reminded of all the feelings that ran through me while I waited for her. Never before did I feel so scared, not even when I was first fed to the Vraken. A small part of me doubted she would return, knowing she was in such a dangerous hotspot for the enemy. The chance was there for me to lose her forever, and after what was already a close call back in the Overseer's lodge on the farm, I would never have forgiven myself. In that moment, I realized that I can't afford to let go of Evelyn, promising to protect her for the rest of time. Reaching out, I stroke her face. She seemingly reads what I'm thinking as her eyes begin to well up. The tears look like an ocean glimmering in the moonlight before they cascade down her face. I pass a hand over her eyes, dashing the tears away as our gazes level with one another. The look she wears penetrates me, seeing deep down into the darkest depths of my soul. In her eyes, I see me, having never felt so vulnerable. I may as well be wearing my heart on my sleeve. "Evelyn," I whisper, wrapping my hand around the back of her head. "There's something I have to tell you." "Tell me anything. I love you." She bites her lower lip as more tears break free, too quick for me to catch. "Soren, I love you too." We lock lips, engaging in a slow and passionate kiss. I savor each and every second of our tongues massaging one another, the taste of it keeping me coming back for more. When we part, I cannot resist asking her what has been on my mind for so long. "Evelyn, I know this isn't really the place, but I need you in my life forever. Will you be my mate?" Without hesitation, she nods. "Yes, of course," she exclaims. We pull each other in for a hug where I bury my face in her neck. "I promise you," I whisper into her ear. "I'll find a way to make it happen."
Chapter 27. Evelyn. I march alongside Saurin down the long tunnels to the council room. Although our pace is brisk, the door feels like it's getting closer ever so slowly, as if we're moving in a dream. In my pocket is the necklace. "Do you really think they'll let us go through with being mated?" "They'd better. Not only have I done everything they've ever requested of me, but you were successful in your trial of procuring the necklace too. That'll be our key to gain their approval. Raziel said he can have the mating ceremony organised for later on if this is a success." There's a tension in his tone. I look at him, seeing concern has come over his face. "Play it cool, Soren, we've got this." "I know. I'm just nervous. There's something else on my mind too." Stepping in front of him, I stop him by placing a hand on his chest. "Tell me." He looks to the side in deep thought, then returns his gaze to me. "Even if this is a success and Arkaldama approves of our union, I'm terrified of putting you through the change. It's not something that everyone survives. What if—" I throw a finger to his mouth. "Soren, this is what I want. I know I can do this. Do you trust me?" He nods, looking at me with love in his eyes. I take his hand, continuing the long walk to the council area. "The council themselves are a hard bunch to please," he remarks. "I know, but it's like you said. We've got the necklace on our side. We're here now, let's do this." I pull him in for a kiss and whisper affirmations into his ear. He then motions to the necklace in my pocket. I pull it out as he opens the door. We walk into the room as I hold up the necklace on display. The confidence given to me by the necklace wanes in the company of the council members, seated in their chairs. The room proves far more menacing with their presence. Gulping, I swallow my fear and hold it up for them to see. One of them rises from their chair, walking over to us. "Hello, Brinda," says Saurin, bowing. "It would appear you proved successful in your trial, Evelyn." "Yes, Matriarch Brinda," I reply with a bow of my own. "Very well." Still bowing, I glance nervously at Saurin as we await the answer of the council. "There is no more for you to prove, young one. The council hereby approves of your mating," she announces. Saurin and I take each other's hands, squeezing in delight. "By the request of Raziel, this room shall be used for the ceremony. I suggest now you two go off and prepare yourselves." I look at my mate-to-be, giggling before we turn and run off. "We did it!" yells Saurin as we race back down the tunnels. "I knew we could do it! What now?" You heard the matriarch. Let us go prepare. Before we part ways, I need you to know I love you. I love you too, Soren. We plant kiss after kiss upon each other's lips before splitting off in different directions. A few hours later, I find myself in a fitting room in the company of Ada, Celine, and some other women. My measurements are being taken as everyone gets to work, fitting a dress for me. Ada and Celine fit me in the finest white fabric I've ever known, making me feel as though I'm floating when they slip it on. Oh my, remarks Ada. Evelyn, you look beautiful. I turn to the mirror as Celine ties my hair in a half bun. The white dress ensnares my body in a tight fit, showing off my athletic build. I can only imagine the look on Soren's face when he sees me. I chuckle. One thing is for certain, he's a very lucky man, replies Celine. As they finalise my fitting, thoughts of getting mated in front of a crowd of Vraken run rampant through my mind. From out of nowhere, a feeling of dread comes over me. Can I ask you something, Celine? What's on your mind? You were the first human to be mated to a Vraken, right? How did you handle it? Evelyn, you need not worry about any prejudices. It won't be as tough for you. By now, the Vraken have already seen this type of relationship happen. Believe me, I've been through it all. I let out a heavy sigh of relief. Okay. I think I'm just getting stage fright. You've got this, reassures Ada. Now then, your dress is ready. You should go see Soren, suggests Celine. By now, the altar will have been prepared. Ada and I will go wait. Good luck. The girls give me a kiss on the cheek before I leave. I run in excitement to Soren's room, bursting in through the door. He spins around with a look of surprise on his face. You look extraordinary. Words alone can't do enough justice. His words cause me to blush as I turn away in embarrassment. He gently grasps my chin, bringing my gaze back to his. His eyes become filled with admiration as a cup is with water. Love arrests us in place for the moment as we pull each other closer. In his arms, my world becomes void of all troubles that once plagued my life. In that moment, I'm overcome with nothing but joy in the realization I'm about to tie myself to this man for the rest of eternity. Are you ready? He asks. More than ever. He takes my hand as we leave his room. We travel back down the tunnel, the excitement building up within me as we come to the doors. Taking a deep breath, we step through. Vraken all turn around to see us enter as we begin walking slowly up. I look ahead to where the council was once seated, now replaced by a magnificent altar. Seated near the front rows were Raziel, Ada, and Celine. The rest of the coven sit elsewhere as all eyes in the room are cast upon us. I do my best to ignore the looming pressure in the air. We come to a set of steps, bowing at it before starting our ascent. Waiting at the top is Brinda, standing beside a pillar holding a basin of clear water. In that moment, I remind myself of what Saurin told me. The water will act as a gateway for Akeldama's presence, reminiscent of how he initially appeared to the first through the reflection of a river. We take our places facing each other as the crowd watches on. Brinda approaches us, beginning the officiating of the ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of Akeldama and the First, we are gathered here today to mate this couple. We shall start by hearing their pledges to one another, as well as to the council and this coven. Our God will then offer his judgment. Soren draws himself up, subtly winking at me. Evelyn, I vow to be your mate and your loving partner whom you can trust with your life. I promise to give you everything I have, from my undying love, my everlasting protection, and my very last drop of blood. I will love you even beyond the end of time, for there will never be anyone else for me. The lump in my throat swells. Somehow I'm still in disbelief of how lucky I am to be standing here, across from the love of my life. To the council, I pledge myself in devotion to carrying out actions that will only honour your regarded prestige. To the coven, I devote my services to you, to bring nothing but honour. I will never abandon the coven in times of need. I will honour the Vraken traditions and bring glory to Akeldama and the First. Soren gives me a subtle nod as my cue. Here we go. I vow to give you all of my heart, to be there with you through thick and thin, and to be a shoulder to lean on in times of need. I will be there every day by your side for as long as my heart beats, until it does so no more. No matter when that may be, Even after death, my spirit and soul will forever be yours, for no one else can have me. Soren smiles reassuringly, gently squeezing my hands. To the council, I vow to honour your traditions and bring honour as a gracious exchange for being gifted with this newfound way of life. In times of need, I will turn to Akildama and the First for guidance. To the Coven, I pledge to serve you for accepting and allowing me into your world. Good job, Soren mouths silently. With these pledges declared, let us now turn to Akildama for his blessing of this union, announces Brinda. Soren produces a knife from his wristband and runs the tip along his palm. Drops of blood exude as he flips the knife, extending the handle side to me. I take it, wincing as I repeat the motion. We join hands over the crystal basin, allowing our blood to drip into the water. Akildama, bestow upon us the decision of your favour. We watch in anticipation as the blood droplets dance around one another. They then split off in opposite directions, each heading for the edge of the basin. The blood spills off the side, leaving behind clear water, as if it had never been touched in the first place. Soren and I glance at each other, glee written across both of our faces. This union has been blessed. With this, you are now pronounced mates. Soren, the time has come for you to claim your wife and begin the ceremony of the change. Tears fall from my face, but not from pain. My palm is already healed. Instead, I cry tears of joy as Soren takes a step forward, swooping me off of my feet. He runs down the aisle as the crowd clap and cheer. We burst through the doorways, making way for his bedroom.
Chapter 28. Soren. I can't believe we're mated, Evelyn murmurs against my neck, her arms draped around me as I carry her back to our room. Did you like the ceremony? I hope my voice doesn't sound strangled to her. But of course she hears it. She pulls back, looking up at me. I loved it, didn't you? I give her a bright smile. I was there with you. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Then what's wrong? Her fingers trace the sides of my face where the muscles are so tense that they must be wrinkled. You look worried. I blow out a breath as I push open the door and take her to our bed. My movements are jerky as I go to shut the door and tug my hands through my hair. Don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely thrilled to be mated to Evelyn, but the pure terror flooding my veins is diminishing that a little. I just got her as my mate, and now I might kill her. Soren? I look up to where Evelyn is sitting on the edge of the bed, relaxed back on her elbows and watching me with a confused expression. Hurt flashes in her eyes, and I prowl toward her, determined to erase that. Princess, it has nothing to do with you. I love you, and I am beyond excited to be your mate. She wraps an arm around my neck, pulling me back with her as she sprawls out on the bed. With our foreheads pressed together and my body covering hers, I'm starting to forget the point I needed to make. Then why are you pacing around like you were just sentenced to death instead of making love to your new mate? I shift to cup her face in one hand. Stroking her cheek with my thumb, I try to pick my words carefully. I want you to be happy and healthy, Evelyn. Her eyebrows pinched together, clearly confused where I am going with this. And the change is difficult. At that, her forehead smooths out. She rolls her eyes as her hands slide down to hold my face. I want this, Soren. I want you. For eternity. Please don't try and take that from me. I'm not. There's a lump in my throat, making it hard to breathe at the thought of what is coming. I'm giving you another option. I can get you out of here. We don't have to live by their rules. This is my coven now. Her eyes dart down to my lips, sending a thrill through me. I want to be a part of it in every way. Her tongue peeks out, swiping along her lower lip, and I have to force my gaze to meet hers even as my body jerks to life. I love you, Soren, and I trust you. This is what I want, okay? I nod slowly and she pulls me down until our lips meet. She nips at my lower lip softly, moaning and driving me crazy. Her hands are already moving down my body, pulling away my clothing until I am left in nothing. This chapter section is too spicy for YouTube. Links to uncut version in description.
Chapter 29. Evelyn. I thought I had known the extent of Soren's venom before, but this is unlike anything I have experienced. I don't feel like I am on a cloud. I am a cloud, an intangible mist that finds pure pleasure in every breath I draw. He's already brought me sublime pleasure, and my body is trembling, ready to sleep. But it's time yet. I know that I have to undergo the change tonight, and I have to be awake for it. But it is so hard to remember that when he has wrung every ounce of energy from me, which I'm sure was his plan. Leading up to the ceremony, he kept trying to talk me out of this, so worried that I wouldn't survive. But more than that, he didn't want me to die in pain. I'm not even sure if he's touching me right now, or if my body is just tingling so much that I can't tell what physical touch is. At least Saurin achieved the level he wanted. There is no way for me to feel a single thing beyond the tingling pleasure that his venom pushes through my veins. Princess? His voice is mumbled, but I force my eyes open, even though it's as difficult as clawing my way up a mountain right now. I'm dying to just relax into this mattress and sleep. My body needs it after the way my mate used it. I don't manage more than a crack, but I can see his ice-blue eyes watching me closely. I don't know if he said more than that. The word's hard to make out right now, but I try to give him a nod that I don't know if I manage. I'm good. The words stick in my throat. Just tired. My head tilts, and I have to assume it's from Soren, but I can hardly feel his hand touching me. Evelyn. A thrill shoots me at my name on his lips. Gods, will I ever get used to it? Or maybe as a Vraken I should say holy first. Are you ready? I try to swallow, but my mouth is incredibly dry. My eyes have already fallen completely shut, but I am ready. More than anything, I want to be with Saurin for the rest of time, and this is my way. His venom doesn't muddle that conviction. Eagerly I nod, hoping he won't try to talk me out of it again. When I don't hear him say anything, I force my head up, trying to see what he's doing. Relief floods me when I see that his mouth is pressed to his own wrist, ready to initiate this just as we were taught. The council insisted we have an instructional class, or as much as a class it could be without an actual person forced to undergo the change, where they showed us how to initiate it. Soren's head snaps back as he rips open the skin at his wrist, and he thrusts it against my mouth. Immediately I try to grip onto it, sucking in mouthfuls of blood. It's not as disgusting as I thought, but it doesn't taste like normal blood. The few drops I've licked off when I've pricked my finger at least. As I swallow, he grabs my other wrist, bringing it to his mouth and biting down. He drinks greedily, more than I've ever seen him, and I try to match his rhythm. My blood needs to be completely converted without my body being too depleted. My body starts to convulse as he pulls out too much clean blood, my muscles jerking and vibrating violently. I have no control over them, and I do everything I can to keep drinking from him. A small throb of pain flashes across my body as I keep going, but at this point I am so numb I can't even feel it. I've stubbed my toe, and it felt worse than the dull echo trying to penetrate the haze of pleasure. I don't realise that Saurin has pulled away from me until I hear his voice trying to penetrate my muffled ears. His wrist moves, but I fight to keep it in place. "Evelyn!" he shouts, and I realise he's right in front of my face. My eyes flick down to make out his body covering mine. No, pinning mine down as I convulse. "Evelyn, it's enough!" But it might not be, and I don't want to let up until I'm sure. Saurin can't die, even if I completely drain him, so I don't have any worries about going until my body gives out on me. A perk of being a Vraken, I guess. Only a god can end you. At least that's what they told me. Eventually, though I grow too weak, the shaking too bad, for me to keep on. I fall back against the pillows, and Saurin cups my face, his eyes searching mine. "Princess!" I slowly blink, trying to find it in me to answer him. "Evelyn, are you okay?" I manage to nod, wanting to soothe his nerves better than this, but there is no energy left in my body, the last bit being used as every muscle tries to reject the poison I just consumed. I wince as a stab of pain penetrates the numb fog, and he must see it. Saurin kisses my forehead, murmuring that he's going to take care of it. "I love you," he whispers as he kisses my cheeks and nose. "I love you so much." He moves down my throat. "Akeldama, please help me. Please tell me I didn't make a mistake." He must not know I'm still listening. Or he doesn't care. Fear and worry are thick in his expression, and I try to grin. I want him to know that I am okay, that I wanted this. No matter what, I would never hold it against Soren if my body isn't strong enough for his venom. But as his mate, I have to believe that I will make it. My body fights me as I try to talk, but I force through it. Black pushes at the edges of my vision, and if this is the last thing I can say to him, I will get it out. I love you. I hope it makes it out coherently. "I love you too," he murmurs, the anguish in his voice breaking my heart. I know that I must look a mess right now, but does he already believe I'm a lost cause? "I love you so much, Evelyn." I jerk, groaning as more pain penetrates the pleasure I was feeling, and Saurin settles between my thighs. He keeps whispering his love, how he will be here with me, how he won't let pain touch me. This section is too spicy for YouTube. Links to uncut version in description.
Chapter 30. Soren. I'm wrapped up in a state of disbelief so intense that I barely take notice of the hours running by. After I gave her mind-blowing pleasure, she passed out into a deep sleep. Ever since, I've been praying to Akeldama for her reawakening. I pace back and forth through the room, desperately trying to keep myself occupied. Every few minutes, or seconds as I couldn't tell, I keep looking back at her, each time noticing an apparent change in her appearance. First, her skin went pale. Then, her eyes darkened. Just now, her lips turned pale. Just as I observed the changing of her lip color, she begins spasming. The sight of it is hard to watch, even as I reassure myself that it's all part of the process, and that it's a sign it's working. She stays jerking around for a few minutes, her shaking growing more intense with each movement. "Any minute now? Come on!" I exclaim. "It's been long enough already!" Without warning, she jolts awake, shooting up in place. Nervously, she darts her eyes around in quick movements. "You're awake!" I rush to her side, enveloping her in my grip. "Did it work?" she whispers in a raspy voice. "See for yourself." I grab a small handheld mirror from the bedside, holding it up for her to see. Her eyes lock on her reflection, widening when she registers her new appearance. "Holy first," she mutters, mindfully running her fingers over her lips. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think so." "How do you feel?" "Thirsty," she groans, causing me to laugh. "Come on then, we'll go take care of that. There'll be a ceremony waiting for us downstairs in anticipation of your change." She looks up weakly at me. "Don't worry, you'll quickly get the hang of your new body," I say reassuringly. "Here's a dress for you to slip into." I hand her a red dress. It's sleeveless, showing off her toned arms as she puts it on. It hugs her waistline tightly, displaying her incredible figure. Her left leg pokes out through a slit on the side of her dress. Evelyn turns to me, this time with a look more full of life. "This is going to take some getting used to," she laughs, looking at her hands. "It's a beautiful process," I tell her, remembering my own experience. "Let's go." As we leave the room, I thank Akeldama for her survival. I recall just how afraid I'd felt in the hours of her transition into one of my kind, scared that she may not have made it out alive. Through the grip of her hand, I detect a newfound strength. We arrive at a door leading to the outside. "This is it," I say. "Through this door lies the rest of your life." "I'm ready." We step through the door, exiting to the outside world. Everyone who attended the mating ceremony is gathered out here for us. Upon our arrival, and seeing that Evelyn survived the change, they erupt into a thunderous applause. The cheering and clapping goes on for some time as we wave to everyone. Even the council throws their hands together. Evelyn smiles, baring her new set of rotten teeth for the first time. The sight of it fills my heart with strength, knowing she went through it all to be with me until the end of time. They glimmer in the moonlight. Seeing them against the darkness of the night sky momentarily takes me back to when we first met, all the way back on the farm after sunset. Our journey since then had been a challenging one, but now it felt like it had come full circle. Ada and Celine come over, gawking in astonishment as they lead her away. Behind them, Raziel ambles over to me. I draw myself up as he approaches, our gazes leveling with one another. Soren, I wanted to tell you a few things. I know you and I don't exactly see eye to eye on everything, but I wanted to congratulate you. He extends his hand toward me. Behind him, I can see some guests casting sidelong glances at us, perhaps wondering if they're about to witness a brawl. But that's not who I am. In this new path I'm embarking down, I have to learn how to change and become a leader, and that starts with letting go of old grudges. Thank you, Raziel, I reply, shaking his hand with a firm grip. The expression on his face softens, seemingly glad that I'm not picking a fight. I also wanted to offer my apologies about Evelyn. I know we made her go through a lot, but you have to understand that Celine and I just had to be sure. I'm not even angry that you brought up Celine in your protests. I understood why. It's all right, I say reassuringly. It's all over and done with now. What's in the past will stay in the past. Though I must say, I'm very unsure of one thing. What might that be? That necklace you had Evelyn bring back. What's the deal with that? The necklace? To be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. That information is within the knowledge of the council and their lips are sealed shut. Well, I hope it was worth endangering Evelyn's life for. Again, I'm very sorry. Don't worry about it, brother. Come on then, it's a time for celebration. Raziel and I walk side by side as we rejoin everyone else. I glance up to the nighttime sky, seeing the white gleams of the moon pass through the fissure and cracks of the clouds. It shines bright tonight, almost as much as the sun. I hope Evelyn won't miss it too much. I come up to her side as she's shaking everyone's hands, surprising her with a kiss on the cheek and a hand on the small of her back. Are you ready for your first meal as a Vraken? I ask, gesturing toward a day being carried on the shoulders of two others. That's for me, she replies in shock, gawking at the barely alive animal. Soren, I think you should be the one to teach me how to do this. Gladly. The day is dumped to the ground, squirming about as I move in. I crouch to my knees, holding it down by placing one hand on its shoulder and the other on its head. Baring my teeth, I sink them into its flesh, the crowd cheering as the animal cried out in pain. The taste of its blood is earthy and rich, savory in comparison to the sweet flavor of Evelyn's. I retract, peering over my shoulder at her. She looks in, taking a deep breath as she approaches. She comes down to her knees beside me as I make room for her. Mimicking my hand placements, she bares her teeth before plunging them into a different spot. The day cries out one more time before its eyes roll back, signifying not only Evelyn's first meal as a Vraken, but her first kill too. I beam at her, feeling so full of pride and joy that she handled it so well. The audience cheer and clap, whistling as Evelyn and I embrace in a bloodied kiss. Nearby there is a fire being started as everyone erupts into singing. I offer my hand to Evelyn. Care to join me for a dance? I'll join you through anything and everything, my love. With a smile, we begin dancing around the fire. I twirl her around, throwing her into the air before gracefully catching her. The pops and crackles of the fire are easily drowned out by the singing of songs around us, but I hear only the laughter of Evelyn, feeling enthralled and bewitched by her. It's not long before another couple joins us. We look to our right, seeing Raziel and Celine dancing like they were made for each other. Our eyes meet with theirs before we move closer to them, exchanging dancing partners. I dance around with Celine as Raziel twirls Evelyn around for a while, all four of us having become the life of the party as others begin joining in. Evelyn is returned to me, reuniting with a passionate kiss. All around us, the coven share joy and happiness. We even spot the pairing of Ada and Marius dancing together, making us laugh with delight. It goes on like this for a few hours, deep into the night. The time eventually comes when I notice Evelyn slowing down. I lean in close, planting a kiss on her cheek before whispering into her ear. "Are you tired?" I ask. Upon pulling back, she wears a wicked grin. "I'm ready for bed," she says, "but not for sleep." Chapter 31. Soren. I can't take my eyes off of Evelyn. Ever since she woke up, perfect and beautifully made, I haven't dared to look away. A small part of me is afraid none of this is real, that she didn't make it. But she did. I have to keep reminding myself that, even as she pulls me into our room. I've never been so gripped by fear as when I thought I was going to lose her. "Soren," she murmurs, wrapping her arms around my neck and leaning into me. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I thread my fingers through her hair, pulling her hair tightly, and she gasps. Lust floods her eyes, and I grin. One perk to her being a Vraken? I don't have to worry she's going to break, because I can't believe this is real. She shoves me back onto the bed with a strength I don't think she realizes she has. I don't let go of her, though, so we tumble back together, Evelyn deftly adjusting so that we land with her straddling me. "I told you I wanted this." Her head dips down to kiss along my jaw. "I wanted you. I knew that I could make it through." I grab her as she moves to my neck. I was still worried. Her lips are at my ear. "You don't have to be. I'm right here." She nips at my lobe. "And I'm not going anywhere." I groan, digging my fingers into her skin. "You mean you're going to be a pain in my butt for the rest of eternity?" She chuckles softly, lifting up to look at me. "Precisely." I grin as she dives back down. I want to flip her and rip her clothes off, but she hasn't yet been able to really explore my body, especially with her new senses. I want to give her time to adjust to everything. I don't expect for her fangs to scrape along my skin, and I suck in a breath, my body responding almost violently. "Evelyn," I rasp. "Did you like that?" Shockingly, I did. If she had asked me first, I probably would have expected it to trigger my instinct to protect myself. But now, all I want is for her to do it again. I did. Her breath tickles my skin as she laughs, and then her fangs sink into my skin, and I moan, moving beneath her. Her venom and numbing agent can't hurt me. Neither have an effect on my body now. But there's something about her claiming me that I love. I've been wanting to do that. Oh yeah? The section is too spicy for YouTube. Links to uncut version in description.
Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this book, leave a comment below and let me know, and I'll do more vampires.